Hey guys, tonight you find yourself standing in the blue-black hour before dawn, just outside a castle stable where the cold seems to have teeth. The stone beneath your boots sweats with old damp. The straw at your feet gives off that sweet, tired smell of hay and manure. And somewhere above you smoke is sleeping in the rafters instead of rising politely out through the vent. A bell from the chapel folds through the mist in the distance, soft at first, then certain, while a river beyond the outer wall breathes up a chill that slips neatly through wool and skin alike. Torchlight smoulders in iron brackets, making the mud shine and the frost on the trough rims glitter, like something much grander than frozen stable water. The horses breathe clouds into the winter air with the sort of offended dignity that suggests medieval travel brochures really oversold this experience. You, meanwhile, are here with numb fingers, damp hems, and the growing suspicion that you probably would not last a week out here without complaining to at least 3 saints and 1 mule. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and do let me know your location and local time as you listen. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You begin, as so many people in a castle do, by being colder than feels entirely necessary. The stable stands pressed against the inner side of the outer wall, long and low, its timbers dark with age, its roof pitched steeply against rain and snow. The great doors are not yet fully open, only one half dragged aside far enough to let out a yellow seam of lantern light and the smell of horse. It is a smell with layers to it: warm hide, damp hay, leather, hoof oil, the sour edge of old dung, the sweeter scent of fresh straw waiting in a stack by the side wall. Once you have lived among it for any length of time, people say, you carry it with you everywhere, in your hair, in your sleeves, in your very opinions. There are worse perfumes in a medieval world, though not many that cling so faithfully. Inside, the first thing you hear is the shifting of weight, a hoof scraping, a halter rope creaking, a horse giving a long breath through its nose, the sort that sounds like a grumble directed at creation itself. They know the hour, these animals, or perhaps they simply know routine, which in a place like this is nearly the same thing. The lord's riding horses, the sumpter beasts, the cart horses, the old mare used by the cook's boy when something absolutely must be fetched in a hurry, and no one important wishes to walk, all of them stand in their places, warm in the dimness, shadows with eyes. You duck beneath the lintel and at once the cold changes character. Outside it bites, inside it seeps. The warmth of bodies lives here, yes, but so does damp, and the heavy air catches at the back of your throat, above you. The rafters vanish into gloom streaked with soot. A few swallows nest there in the warmer months, in winter. Only dust and smoke remain, along with the faint scurry of mice whose courage grows in exact proportion to how much grain is stored nearby. Your bed, if the word is used generously and no one is being especially honest, waits in the little loft above the tack room, a heap of straw, a wool blanket that remembers better days, and a patched cloak rolled up to serve as a pillow. You've come down from it only moments ago, still half wrapped in sleep, still carrying in your bones the ache of yesterday. That ache is the first true lesson of being a stable boy. The work does not introduce itself grandly, it simply remains. Yesterday's lifting sits in today's shoulders. Last week's chill lives in your knuckles. A bruise from some impatient flank or swinging bucket ripens slowly, and then joins the general republic of soreness that governs your body. One of the older grooms, a man called Hamo, is already awake enough to look irritated, which may simply be his natural face. He's broad through the chest, short in patience, and wrapped in a fur-lined cloak that has clearly been patched more than once, but still gives him an air of official misery. He carries a horn lantern in one hand and a wooden shovel in the other, a combination that tells you everything you need to know about how noble the morning is going to be. "There you are," he mutters, though you're standing directly before him and have not been missing in any interesting sense. Move. This, too, is part of the rhythm. No warm greeting, no poetry, no kindly reflection on the frost silvering the threshold. Medieval management style is mostly composed of being told to move while already moving, so you move. The first chore is always the same, because the horses have spent the night doing what horses do, breathing, sweating lightly under winter blankets, and producing astonishing quantities of dung with the serene confidence of creatures who know someone else must carry it away. You take up a fork and begin to muck out the nearest stall, working by lantern light that throws long bars of shadow over the rushes and old straw. The horse in this stall is a bay gelding with a white star on his forehead and the opinion that all people are slightly disappointing. He watches you from one dark eye, ears flicking back and forward as though reviewing your performance. When you scrape too close to his hind leg, he lifts it in mild annoyance, and you step back at once. A stable boy learns early that affection for horses is wise, but sentimentality is not. A horse can be beautiful as a saint in a painted window and still place half a ton of displeasure squarely on your foot. You respect the flank, the shoulder, the ears, the tail, the shifting signs of temper. You learn to talk softly, not because horses understand every word, but because your voice matters. Calm passes from the mouth into the air. Some swear horses can scent fear. Others say they dislike liars. No one can quite agree whether they truly see spirits before humans do, but there are plenty in the stable who will lower their voices when a horse stares into a dark corner too long. As you fork out the wet straw, your breath clouds before you. The dung steams faintly in the cold. The pile grows. You carry it out to the midden behind the stable, boots slipping in frozen muck, then return for more, again and again. The rhythm settles over you like a second skin lift. Turn, carry, dump, spread fresh straw, straighten the blanket, check the water bucket. It is not glamorous. It is not the kind of labour a troubadour ever sings of, unless he has lost a wager. Yet this is how a castle wakes properly, before banners stir, before cooks stir pottage, before a priest clears his throat for matins. The stable must be made right. By the time you've finished the first row of stalls, the darkness outside has thinned by the smallest degree. Not light exactly, merely a lighter shade of black, as though the sky has remembered silver but not yet committed to it. A second bell sounds. Somewhere in the yard a dog barks once and stops. You know that dog, a rough-coated creature of uncertain breed and certain persistence, who seems to belong to no one and everyone. It has taken to following you when you carry scraps. It appears now at the stable door, shakes frost from its whiskers, and gives you a look suggesting that service is slow and standards are dropping. Useful as a bishop's racing pigeon, Hamo says of the dog stepping past with a bucket. The dog, perhaps wisely, ignores him. You fetch water next, which is the sort of task designed by nature to remind you that winter exists. The well in the inner yard sits under a little roof blackened by weather. Its rope is stiff, its crank complaining. You lower the bucket, hear the splash, and haul with both hands while your shoulders protest. Water slops over the rim and across your fingers, instantly colder than mercy. By the third trip your sleeves are wet to the elbow, and your fingertips no longer seem to belong to a living person. Still, Every horse must have water, and the troughs must be topped, and the little copper kettle by the tack-room hearth must be set near the coals, because warm mash for an older animal can spare a groom trouble later. There is a science to all this, though it hides under habit. Not too much cold water too fast for a horse just brought in steaming from hard work, not rotten hay, not mould in the grain, not a twisted strap left unchecked. Small failures grow large quickly around animals and noble households. An earl may not know your name, but he will learn it very fast if his favourite palfrey throws a shoe because someone neglected a hoof, or rubs itself raw because a girth was left dirty. Great houses run on tiny obediences. When you return with the water, the stable has woken further. Another groom has arrived, younger than Hamo, older than you, with straw caught in his beard and a yawn large enough to qualify as weather. He crosses himself automatically before entering. Some do, some do not. There is an old belief that stables attract troublesome spirits because warmth, animals, and human tiredness make a kind of welcome mat for them. In some places, a sprig of rowan is tucked above the door to ward off elf shot and spite. In others, a bit of iron hangs there, or a horseshoe itself nailed with the ends upward to catch luck before it spills out. Even now, it is hard to tell whether people do such things from devotion, fear, or simple unwillingness to test the question. Above one stall hangs a little lead badge showing St. Eligius, patron of metalworkers, and, by a generous extension medieval people seem quite happy to make, of horseshoes and smiths and horses more broadly. Someone touched it with 2 fingers in passing last night. The wax smear remains beneath it. Whether the saint concerns himself with stable muck at this hour is not recorded, though he would certainly have opportunities. You pause a moment to rub your hands near the brazier in the passage by the tack room. Not too long, just enough to sting them back toward life. The tack room itself smells richly of leather and tallow. Saddles rest on wooden stands like sleeping beasts folded in on themselves. Bridles hang from pegs. Bits catch the lantern light with a hard gleam. There are iron keys on a ring by the inner door, thick and old, for the chest where better gear is kept. A chest like that is always locked. Not because anyone imagines you will ride off into the sunrise on the Lord's war saddle, but because leather, buckles, and good workmanship cost money, and money is watched more tenderly than many people. You take a cloth and begin to wipe down a bridle left hanging from yesterday, fingers moving over the cheek pieces and reins, checking for stiffness. The leather is cold and slightly tacky with old use. It needs oil later. Everything needs something later. That is another truth of castle work. A task never ends. It simply becomes tomorrow's task in a different coat. As you work, you listen. Stable boys live by their ears as much as by their hands. A cough from a horse can mean little or much. A rattle in the chest. A strange reluctance to eat. A stamping that is too constant. The hiss of a lantern not trimmed properly. The click of the outer latch when someone important arrives earlier than was fair to all involved. This morning there is only the ordinary music snorts, the soft thud of hay being dropped into mangers, Hemo's boots. The dog circling twice before deciding the driest patch of floor belongs to him by natural law. The horses begin to eat in earnest now, and the sound fills the stable. It is a comforting sound, in its way. Steady chewing, hay pulled and shifted, buckets nudged. You carry armfuls from the loft, loose stalks scratching at your neck and cheeks. Dust drifts in the light. The sweet smell of it settles briefly over the darker smells below. One chestnut mare, old enough to have lost interest in pretense, lips your sleeve in search of grain and nearly removes a button. You scold her gently. She ignores the moral content of your speech and searches your pocket instead. "There are mornings," says the bearded groom, whose name is Piers, "when I think the horses eat better than I do." Hamo snorts. "They work harder. This is unfair, but only by a little." As the sky slowly pales beyond the slats, the castle around the stable begins to stir. You hear the distant groan of a gate hinge, the thump of wood from the kitchens, a woman laughing once in the laundry yard before the cold persuades her to save breath. Smoke starts rising properly now from the larger chimneys. Somewhere overhead on the wall walk, a guard stamps his feet and coughs into his scarf. Day is coming, and with it the business of lords, ladies, clerks, boys, carts, prayers, chickens, fires, grievances, and the thousand small noises that make a fortified place feel less like a monument and more like a village squeezed into stone. But here in the stable the work remains close, physical, and immediate. You wipe a nose, you untangle a lead rope, you pick old straw from the tail of a grey gelding who turns his head to inspect you with the patient contempt of an elderly schoolmaster. You notice one loose board near the rear stall and make a note in the only reliable medieval filing system, which is to worry about it until noon. You sweep the central passage, the broom rasping over packed earth and old rushes. Rushes are strewn in many halls and chambers against cold and dirt, and in stables they do what all floor coverings in this century eventually do absorb smells with heroic commitment. By now the cold in your body has changed again. Work has driven some of it out. Your back is warm under the wool. Your hands ache less because they are busy. Sleep has gone, replaced by that clear, thin alertness that comes when there's too much to do for drowsiness to be practical. This, perhaps, is the stable boy's real morning prayer. Not words in Latin beneath painted beams, but movement, lift, carry, rub down, refill, check, move again. The irony is that few will notice what has been done unless it has not been done. When the first rider comes later and finds the horse clean, the tack ready, the water fresh, the straw dry, he may nod at the animal and never glance at you. Such is the glory of invisible labour. Still, there is a kind of pride in it, quiet and stubborn. The horse shines because of your hands. The day begins smoothly because you got up while the world was still black. The castle's grandeur sits, in part, on a floor you have just swept. At the doorway you pause for one breath and look out. Frost clings to the yard stones. The mist over the river has turned pearl grey. The dog has resumed his watch there like a shabby guardian spirit. A thin rim of daylight shows behind the eastern trees beyond the wall. It is enough to silver the stable roof and catch on the iron ring of the door. Not much, just enough. Behind you, a horse nickers softly, asking for one more measure of hay as though the entire morning has not already been organised around exactly such requests. You turn back at once. There is no audience, no applause, no miracle, only another armful to fetch, another stall to check, another breath of warm animal air in the winter dimness, and in that air, amid leather and straw and the first stirrings of the castle, your long day as a medieval stable boy has properly begun. Morning settles into the stable not with any grand burst of sunrise, but by degrees so modest they almost feel apologetic. The light creeping in through the high slats turns from iron grey to a thin pearl, and then to something faintly golden where it catches on dust motes and the metal rings of bridles. The warmth of the horses has thickened the air. The frost outside still grips the yardstones, but inside the long stable building the world has become a kingdom of steam, damp straw, and the sound of bodies shifting patiently in narrow spaces. It would be almost peaceful if peace did not smell so strongly of manure. You have already finished the first rough round of mucking out, and now the real morning work begins, which is somehow even less glamorous. It turns out that removing the dung is only the opening argument. You must also bring the day in by armfuls and bucketfuls, and every one of them weighs more than seems strictly Christian. Buckets first. The water troughs and pails you filled earlier are already insufficient for the larger horses, who drink with such earnest determination that you begin to suspect they are trying to empty the well out of spite. One of the cart horses, a broad-backed dun gelding with feathering around the fetlocks and the expression of a village magistrate, has somehow managed to slop half his bucket onto the floor and then look at you as if you personally arranged the inconvenience. You haul another load from the well, shoulders tightening with every step across the yard. The route has become familiar already, out through the stable door, where the cold hits your cheeks like an unpaid debt, across the inner yard, past a stack of firewood crusted in white frost, around the corner where the wall blocks the early light, to the well under its little roof, where the rope is rough against your palms and the crank complains like an old aunt made to stand for prayer. Lower, splash, pull, brace, lift, then turn and carry the swaying buckets back, trying not to soak your own boots more thoroughly than they already are. This is where the day gets into your shoulders, not with a dramatic injury, not with a nightly wound worth showing off near a hearth later, but with repetition. Every bucket reminds you that you're made of muscles, and every muscle seems to be filing a protest. It is the sort of labour that medieval paintings are very polite about. They show saints lifting books and nobles lifting cups. They rarely show a boy in the yard discovering that 2 full pails of water can make his arms feel several years older than the rest of him. By the 4th trip your fingers have begun to sting again. By the 6th, you no longer bother wondering whether your back will ache tomorrow, because the answer has been very clearly supplied. Piers passes you on the way to the hay store with a bundle under one arm and gives you the look of one condemned man nodding to another on the same cart. "Cheer up," he says. "At least the well has not frozen. Yet," Hamo adds from somewhere behind you, which rather ruins the comfort. Inside, the horses lift their heads as you come, ears pricking at the sound of water. There are differences among them that you're beginning to learn. The chestnut mare, forever hopeful that every approaching object might be feed, nudges your shoulder hard enough to make the bucket thump against your knee. The old grey gelding waits with more dignity, but the second the pail is low enough, he drinks with such force that water splashes your sleeve. A black riding horse from the Lord's own set pins back one ear before drinking, as if suspicious that you might somehow have put disappointment into the water. You murmur to them all the same, "Easy now, steady, there you are, good lad, good girl. Fine then, drown if you must. The tone matters more than the words. A stable is full of voices, and horses know their place in the weather of them. Sharp voices mean haste or irritation. Soft ones mean routine. Angry ones can travel through a horse like a draught under a door. When the water is done, there is straw. Fresh bedding waits in the stack near the rear wall, dry and pale, smelling of summer fields locked away against winter. You heave it into the stalls with a fork, shaking it loose so it spreads rather than falls in one rude lump. The dry rustle of it is one of the lovelier sounds in the place. Horses lower their noses to it at once, testing it, approving or disapproving in their mute imperial way. You learn to lay it thick where an older beast might need warmth, and thinner where a messy one only turns luxury into work within the hour. The floor beneath the old straw has to be scraped clean first, especially in the corners where damp gathers and the colder air settles. Hamo is strict about corners. Corners tell the truth, he says. which is one of those sayings that sounds profound until you realize he means filth collects there. Still, he is not wrong. Stable work is mostly a war against moisture, rot, and neglect, and all three prefer edges and hidden places. You crouch in one stall with the scraper, pushing up old bedding packed nearly flat by the weight of the night. Your knees protest, your wrists complain, and all the while the horse above you breathes warm fog into your hair, as if supervising. When you stand, the blood returns to your legs with painful enthusiasm. There are moments in this life when simply straightening your back feels like a theological achievement. The dog from earlier has wandered in again. He noses around the threshold, hoping for something edible and finding mostly straw. His fur is the colour of old rope, his ears unequal, and his tail bends oddly near the tip as if some earlier disagreement with the cartwheel left its opinion there. He watches you spread bedding with grave interest, perhaps considering whether he, too, deserves a fresh layer. Some swear stable dogs can sense thieves before men do. Others say they mostly sense dripping fat and dropped crusts. Those who tell the tale never fully agree, though the dog himself seems content to preserve mystery where possible. By the time the stalls are bedded anew, the stable is warmed enough that your breath no longer hangs so thick in front of you. The air is still cold at the edges, especially near the big doors, but closer to the horses it is almost comfortable. Steam rises from a manure cart outside where a younger boy tips in the latest load. The smell is strong enough to make you briefly appreciate how much worse it would be in summer. Medieval life does occasionally offer this sort of comfort. Things are bad, yes, but at least weather has chosen not to make them unbearable in all possible directions at once. Then come the brushes. A stable boy's work is not only filth and hauling, it is also the slow business of making large animals look as though they have never known either. Near the centre aisle hangs a row of grooming tools, dandy brushes stiff with bristles, curry combs of iron or horn, soft cloths, mane combs, hoof picks. You gather what you need and begin with the bay gelding whose stall you cleaned first. He has already finished his hay and now stands with the patient look of a creature resigned to human fussing. You start at the neck, working in circles with the curry comb to loosen dirt and dried sweat, then follow with the brush to sweep it away. Dust rises in little clouds. The coat beneath comes up richer, warmer, almost glowing where the light reaches it. The muscles under the skin shift as you work. Horses are astonishingly solid up close. The neck is not merely a neck, but a weight of living strength. The shoulder feels built for pulling the world along behind it. The trick is not to rush. A hurried brushing misses burrs, dried mud at the fetlocks, little swellings or tender places that matter more than they first appear to. It is tedious work only to those who do not understand what it prevents. A rubbed sore beneath a saddle can lame a riding horse for days. Mud left packed around the heel can crack the skin. A tangled mane catches and breaks under tack. Everything is easier when someone has been patient earlier. You clean the bay's legs carefully, feeling around the tendons and lifting each hoof in turn. Hooves are their own dark science. You scrape out packed muck and stones with the pick, checking for heat or any foul smell. Some swear a horse's hoof should never be pared under a waning moon, or the beast will go tender. Some swear hanging a wolf's tooth in the stable keeps hoof rot away. Some swear so many things in this century that you begin to suspect certainty is rarer than leeches. In truth, most trouble is kept off by dryness, care, and the attention of hands too practical to wait for the stars. Still, superstition lives comfortably beside skill here. A little charm of woven straw hangs from a peg by the tack room. Piers says his mother taught him to make it, and that it keeps colic away if hung near the manger. Hamo calls it nonsense but has never thrown it out. That is the sensible medieval compromise. Mock the charm. Leave it in place, and trust both God and luck to sort the matter between them. You move from one horse to the next. The chestnut mare fidgets and swings her head around repeatedly to inspect your progress, nearly placing her eye in your ear. A younger grey tosses dust over both of you with one theatrical shake, and then looks pleased with himself. A squat cart horse leans into the brushing with indecent gratitude, almost toppling you into the wall. Here, at least, affection sneaks into the work. You grumble at them, but you know their habits already. Which one nips at sleeves? Which one hates cold water on the fetlocks? Which one relaxes when you scratch the neck at just the right place beneath the mane? There are men in the castle who could not tell these horses apart at a glance, yet would be deeply offended if one were brought out dull-coated or limping. From the tack room comes the smell of warmed leather. Piers has set a little pot of oil near the brazier and is rubbing down a saddle with a rag. You join him after the grooming, bringing in armfuls of bridles and breast straps to be checked. Leather in winter stiffens if neglected. Buckles seize, stitching dries and weakens. You sit on a low stool and work the oil into the reins with your thumbs, pressing it into every place where cracking might begin. The leather drinks it slowly. Your hands turn slick and smell richly of tallow and hide. A nobleman may sit a horse with his spurs shining and his cloak clasped with silver, but beneath all that dignity is a world held together by stitching, girth straps, cinches, buckles, billets, tiny points of failure waiting for the inattentive if a strap breaks under a rider. Blame runs downhill with a speed that would impress any mountain stream, so you examine each piece closely, a frayed edge here, a loose rivet there, a bit of verdigris beginning on a buckle. These are the signs of tomorrow's shouting if left to themselves. Hamo enters carrying a harness collar large enough to fit a saintly ox and drops it onto the bench beside you with a thud. "Clean that after," he says, "and mind the stitching." Of course you mind the stitching. You now mind stitching in your sleep. As the work goes on, the stable reaches its full morning voice. Hooves knock softly against planks. Chains and rings clink. Harness creaks when shifted. Somewhere outside, a cartwheel grinds over frozen ruts. From farther off comes the smell of baking bread from the kitchens, drifting in and out like a rumour of another life. That smell can make a person reflective in dangerous ways. It reminds you that other servants are warming their hands by ovens, turning loaves, skimming pottage, perhaps even sitting down at some point, whereas you're currently up to the elbows in horsehair and leather, which is less nourishing though undeniably textured. At one point, while carrying a basket of old straw toward the midden, you pause just outside the stable and look across the yard. The castle is fully waking now. Smoke rises from multiple chimneys into a pale sky. 2 laundresses pass with bundles and red hands. A pair of boys from the kitchens hurry by with stacked trenchers, nearly colliding with a man carrying firewood. Near the chapel door, a clerk in a dark cloak picks his way around a puddle, as if mud were a moral failing. All of life is in motion, and yet you feel enclosed in the smaller republic of the stable, where the laws are simpler feed before hunger turns to vice, clean before damp turns to sickness. Watch the feet, mind the teeth, keep the leather sound, speak calmly, move steadily. When you return inside, one of the younger horses has managed to unfasten part of his halter by rubbing in exactly the wrong place. This produces a brief, unglamorous chase around the end stall area as he sidesteps away from you with the pleased panic of a creature accidentally inventing a game. Piers blocks one side, you catch the trailing rope, and Hamo arrives just in time to contribute criticism rather than assistance. Fast as bishops at supper, the pair of you. The horse is secured. Your dignity is less easily tied up. Still, you laugh, because there is no point saving solemnity for stable work. The day would crush it flat. Better to let humour sit lightly over everything like dust over a saddle. Not too much, just enough. By now you're sweaty beneath your rough wool tunic despite the winter air. The effort has taken the chill from your bones and replaced it with that particular warmth that belongs only to labour. Your forearms feel heavy, your back hums, your stomach has begun to notice the bread smell more seriously. Yet the line of stalls looks right. The horses stand on fresh bedding. Their coats catch the light. Water is filled, hay settled, tack checked or waiting its turn. The morning, which at first seemed like an endless black wall of chores, has quietly become a shape you can see. And that is perhaps the hidden craft of this life. Not heroics, not glory. Simply turning mess into order before the day fully begins. Doing it again tomorrow, and the next day, and in rain, frost, feast days, and ordinary days alike. The stable boy's world is built from repetition, but repetition has its own strange dignity. Each bucket, each broom, each breath of horse steam in the pale light is part of the keeping of things. Outside the stable doors, the sun is finally lifting above the wall in a colourless winter blaze, too weak yet to warm the stones but strong enough to draw long lines of light across the floor. Dust drifts through them. A horse stamps once. The dog curls beside the threshold and sighs as if he, too, has had a punishing morning of observation, and you, with sore shoulders and straw caught in your sleeves, reach for the broom again, because there is still the centre aisle to sweep properly. Still harness to hang straight, still manure tracked in from the yard, still one more bucket to carry, and this exhausting ordinary life has only just reached breakfast edge. By the time breakfast smells begin floating in from the kitchens with genuine authority, the stable yard has become a place of brisk feet, steaming nostrils, and men pretending not to be tired yet. The pale winter sun lies weakly over the stones, doing very little except revealing the mud more clearly. This is unhelpful of it. A boy can almost forgive the cold while it keeps things hidden under silver frost. Daylight, by contrast, has a way of exposing every puddle, every heap, every badly behaved wheel rut, and every streak of manure you somehow missed the first 3 times. The stable itself now feels less like a dark barn and more like a workshop in full use. The horses are fed, watered, and brushed. The centre aisle has been swept into a sort of temporary respectability. Steam rises where damp patches meet the colder air near the open doors. A crow perches on the fence by the midden, watching events with the expression of a creditor. The rough-coated dog from earlier lies just inside the threshold, one eye open, making it clear that he is not asleep so much as supervising while horizontal. And now you come to the business that sits between horse and rider, between animal strength and noble pride, between dignity and disaster, harness, tack, straps, buckles, girths, reins, collars, bits, cruppers, breastbands, traces, and all the little leather parts whose names are only remembered properly when one of them breaks at speed. This is where the stable yard takes on a hierarchy all its own. Horses have rank, naturally. The Lord's own riding horse is not treated like the brewer's delivery animal, and everyone knows it. Saddles do too. There are plain working saddles darkened by years of use, polished war saddles that are kept under wraps when not needed, women's saddles with finer stitching, Pack saddles with their broad practical frames and cracked old things that look as though they have outlived several honest repairs and at least one dishonest one. Even bridles possess a sort of social standing. Some carry silver studs or decorative bosses. Others are plain and serviceable, all the nobler for not pretending otherwise. You begin in the tack room with Piers, because Hamo has decided that the two of you can be trusted with leather, so long as he is nearby to sound disappointed if necessary. The tack room is warmer than the main stable, though not by much. A brazier smoulders in one corner, giving off a heat that is more moral than physical, but the smell in here is rich enough to feel almost luxurious after the sharper air outside. Oiled leather, tallow, singed wick, a faint edge of horse sweat lingering in wool saddlecloths hung to dry. On pegs along the wall hang bridles in ordered rows, each looped just so. Saddles rest on wooden stands. Blankets are folded in chests. There is a rack for bits, their iron mouths catching the light from the horn lantern and glinting like cold teeth. You take down a bridle and begin the slow process of cleaning it properly. The leather must be rubbed with a cloth, the buckles checked, the bit wiped, the stitching examined. A stable boy learns how much of a household safety rests on seams. A frayed strap is a small rebellion waiting for the right moment. Left alone, it becomes a public embarrassment attached to a horse and often a shouting man. So you work over every inch with your thumbs and eyes, bending the leather gently to find cracks where the cold has bitten into it. Piers sits opposite you with a saddle across his knees, polishing the metalwork with a rag and muttering to himself in the concentrated way people do when they wish to look very busy. He's older than you by enough years to be irritatingly sure of things. His beard has bits of straw in it again. No one knows how. Perhaps the straw rises to meet him out of habit. You missed a crease there, he says, nodding at your bridle. I did not. You did. You look more closely and, annoyingly, you did. This is the sort of instruction stable boys receive most often, not formal teaching, not kindly mentorship by the hearth, but corrections tossed across a bench between one task and the next. Yet real skill accumulates that way, not in speeches, but in repeated narrow escapes from doing something foolish. Hamo comes in carrying a bundle of straps and drops them with a thump. These are for the chestnut pair on cart duty, he says. Oil them, but not enough to make them slippery. Last fool who did that nearly had the traces sliding like eels. There are always stories about the last fool. Sometimes the last fool is imaginary and exists purely to improve discipline. Sometimes it's a real man who has since found work somewhere less public. Either way, his legacy is educational. So you oil the harness carefully. Cart harness is different from riding tack. Heavier, broader, less elegant and more stubborn. The collars are padded, the traces thick, the buckles larger and usually less clean, because working horses do not enjoy the same level of decorative affection as noble mounts. Yet they matter just as much, perhaps more. A lord may mourn a prized palfrey loudly, but the household truly panics when carts fail to move grain, ale casks, timber, or winter stores. Medieval grandeur depends very heavily on things being hauled somewhere by creatures that do not get songs written about them. You carry part of the harness outside to the mounting block where the light is better. The yard has grown busier still. 2 squires cross the open space arguing softly over whose master has priority in the training yard. A kitchen servant hurries by with a basket covered in cloth, pursued by steam and the smell of onions. A man from the gatehouse leads in a mule with panniers and a look of spiritual exhaustion. Somewhere above, on the wall walk, a sentry leans down to spit carefully away from everyone's path with the solemn concentration of a scholar illuminating a manuscript. Near the stable doors, One of the younger grooms is fitting a blanket over a grey horse while another checks a girth. This is where the hierarchy shows itself most clearly. Stable boys like you carry, scrub, fetch, hold, learn, and try not to be shouted at more than necessary. Grooms do the more trusted handling. Senior grooms direct, inspect, and mutter darkly about standards. Farriers and marshals move in their own circles. Riders, squires, and noblemen appear at the top of this local sky like weather systems, sometimes fair, sometimes impossible to reason with. No one writes this down for you. You simply feel it in where you stand and what you are handed. You're sent next to help ready a riding horse for one of the household officials, a narrow-faced man who serves in matters involving keys, lists, and the sort of practical authority that makes everyone else step aside without quite knowing why. His horse is a dark bay gelding, finer boned than the cart horses and less forgiving. You bring the saddle cloth, then the saddle, lifting it carefully up and over the horse's back without scraping the spine. Piers checks the placement, adjusts it by half a hand's breadth, and nods. You tighten the girth gradually. Too fast and some horses will swell themselves with air out of pure malice, then loosen the whole business the moment they move. This, like many medieval survival lessons, is learned through embarrassment. The gelding turns his head and looks at you while you fasten the bridle. His eye is bright, his breath warm. You slip the bit in with your thumb at the bars of the mouth, and for a moment he resists, then yields. Leather settles, buckles close, reins fall into place. From a distance it all looks seamless. Up close, it is 1,000 little negotiations between animal, equipment, and human patience. Mind his left strap, says Piers quietly. He rubs there. You check it at once and ease the cheek piece slightly. Such details matter. The line between a calm ride and an angry one can be as narrow as a strap sitting wrong against skin. No one can quite agree whether horses remember old hurts the way people do, but many stablemen behave as though they do. They note scars, preferences, odd fears, favourite corners, and disliked noises. Some horses shy at fluttering cloth. Some hate the smithy sparks. One of the old mares in the back row apparently cannot abide anyone singing near her in a high voice. No one knows why. Some swear she was once startled by a nun. Others say she simply has sound judgment. When the official arrives, he gives only the briefest glance in your direction before checking the horse's tack with practised hands. His gloves are finer than yours will ever be. His boots are clean enough to suggest a deep lack of acquaintance with manure. Yet when he mounts, the horse steps off smoothly, the leather holds, and something in you stiffens with small, secret pride. The work showed, even if you did not. That is often how it goes. Soon after, Hamo sends you and Piers to sort a tangle of reins and lead ropes hanging from one side peg rack. It looks as though some cheerful demon with a hatred of order visited in the night. You spend a good quarter-hour unlooping, separating, and rehanging everything while Piers explains which pieces belong to which horses, or tries to. There are chestnut reins with dark wear marks, grey reins with newer stitching. One set too short for anything but the small mountain-bred pony used on steep tracks, another with a repaired keeper near the buckle. You begin to see how memory functions in a stable, not as a list, but as a map made of touch. This leather is softer, that buckle sticks, this saddle belongs to the mare with the scar on her shoulder. That harness always hangs slightly crooked unless you tug the right trace straight. The older you stay in such a place, the more you carry these invisible maps in your hands. At mid-morning, the castle chaplain passes through the yard on his way to the outer gate. cloak tucked up against the mud. He glances toward the stable and gives a little nod, perhaps to Hamo, perhaps to the horses, perhaps to the concept of useful labour in general. Tied to his girdle is a small pouch that might hold a relic or simply crumbs. In this age, the difference is sometimes negotiable. Not far behind him comes a woman from the kitchen with a bundle of herbs. She pauses to hand Piers a twist of dried rosemary and rue. "For the chestnut mare," she says. "Mistress Eleanor says it settles the vapours." Hamo, overhearing, makes a sound of disbelief that deserves framing. Yet he takes the herbs and hangs them by the mare's stall all the same. This is another thing you learn among grooms, and harness-practical men may mock superstition in daylight, and still leave room for it at the edges. A charm over the lintel, a saint's token near the tack chest, a little whispered blessing before a horse leaves on a dangerous road. Medieval life is too uncertain to refuse help merely because it arrives dressed as folklore. Some swear that tying a red thread into a mane protects against the evil eye. Some place salt in the first mash of a journeying horse. Some touch iron 3 times before a difficult ride. Whether it works is less important than the comfort of doing something when much lies beyond your control. By now, the training yard beyond the stable is filling with motion. You hear shouted instructions, the rhythmic thud of hooves circling packed ground, the occasional sharp clatter of practice weapons. The horses there will need checking later. Sweaty tack returned, mud scraped from girths, bits cleaned. Everything in this place loops back toward the stable eventually. It is the heart that smells dreadful and keeps the body alive. You're sent again to the hayloft, climbing the ladder with your thighs already reminding you about the morning. Up there the light falls through gaps in the boards and turns the dust gold. The hay lies in sweet dry heaps, and for a moment the place feels almost peaceful, high above the stable noise. Then a mouse streaks past your boot and peace departs at once. You fork down fresh hay into waiting nets and baskets, then descend, scratching your wrist on a beam in the process. Medieval architecture believes deeply in character-building corners. When you reach the bottom, Hamo is checking a set of harness buckles and frowning. "See this," he says, showing you a strap where the stitching has begun to pull. You lean close. The thread is fraying near the point where strain bites hardest. "That fails on the road," he says, and the cart tilts. The load shifts, the horse panics, and everyone starts inventing reasons it was someone else's fault. So what do? Replace the stitching before it fails. He gives a curt nod. Approval from Hamo arrives in pieces so small they might be lost in the straw if you do not watch for them. You fetch the awl, thread, and wax from the bench chest. Repairs are part of the day too. Not grand repairs, usually. Those go to leather workers or saddlers. But small preventative ones happen here, in the tack room, by lantern or pale daylight, while the stable hums around you. You hold the strap steady while Hamo demonstrates the proper bite of the stitch, the pull, the tightening. Then he makes you finish the rest under his eye. Your fingers are clumsy at first. The waxed thread catches. The awl slips. Hamo sighs the sigh of a man forced to witness youth, but by the end the seam holds straight enough. "There," he says. "Less ugly than I feared." In another setting that might sound cruel, here it is practically a blessing. The dog rises, stretches, and wanders over to inspect the repaired strap, presumably on behalf of quality control. He sneezes at the smell of leather, then settles again near the door where sunlight has finally reached the threshold in a pale strip. His loyalty, as far as anyone can tell, belongs chiefly to warmth. The morning edges onward, horses come and go, tack is lifted, checked, rehung, carried out, returned. Voices pass through the yard in fragments orders, jokes, complaints about weather, mention of a cart axle, mention of grain, mention of a rider delayed on the south road. Somewhere in the distance, monastery bells mark the hour with measured certainty, as if time itself can be made obedient by enough bronze and stone. You stand for one moment in the stable aisle, a bundle of cleaned reins over your arm, and look along the row of stalls, warm flanks, dark eyes, fresh straw, leather gleaming faintly on pegs, men moving through the place with practiced economy. This is not the grand world of feasting halls and banners. It is the world beneath it, beside it, holding it up one buckle at a time. And you, still half child and already tired in the joints, are beginning to understand its order, not because anyone sat you down and explained it kindly, but because your hands now know the difference between working leather and riding tack, between a strap that will hold and one that will shame you later, between the touch meant for a nervous horse and the one that annoys him, between where you stand to listen and where you stand to be useful. The stable yard goes on bustling around you. Hooves knock on wood, a bit rings softly against a post. Hamo calls for a girth strap. Piers swears under his breath at a twisted trace. Beyond the door the winter daylight grows whiter, broader, more honest, and somewhere just beyond all this labour, at the edge of the yard where the bread smell keeps drifting and your stomach has started bargaining with your dignity. Breakfast waits, though not quite for you yet. By now the morning has broadened fully, though winter keeps it pale and restrained, as if sunlight itself is reluctant to spend too much energy on a stable yard. The frost has given up on the top layer of mud, which is in some ways a pity, because frozen mud at least has the manners to stay where it is put. Thawed mud, on the other hand, develops ambitions. It clings to boots, wheels, hems, dog paws, and the lower edges of cloaks with a persistence that suggests personal grievance. You carry half the yard with you wherever you go, and the yard, for its part, seems pleased by the arrangement. Still, even the grand republic of mud must yield, eventually, to breakfast. Not breakfast in the noble sense, naturally. No silver cup, no warm bench beside a glazed window, no honey, white bread, or delicately sliced anything. What comes to you is the servant's version of morning mercy, a brief pause near the kitchen side door with coarse bread, a wooden bowl of pottage, and enough heat from the ovens to convince your fingers that life may yet continue. Hamo grants the break in the stern, practical manner of a man allowing weather rather than kindness. Go on, he says. Eat while the horses are quiet, as though the horses themselves have agreed to a civilized interval. You set down the brush you've been cleaning, wipe your hands as well as possible on a bit of rag, and then, when that fails to improve matters much, on straw. Stable life teaches you early that cleanliness is often less a condition than an aspiration. You head out across the yard with Piers, both of you moving with the odd stiffness of men who have already worked a full day before other people are properly warm. The path to the kitchens takes you past a line of barrels against the wall, a woodpile under a lean-to, and the little passage where steam always seems to linger. The farther you go, the more the smells change. Horse and leather begin to fall behind. Smoke, onion, leeks, oats, baking bread, and wet wool take their place. There is comfort in these scents, though they come mixed with the heat of bodies and the perpetual damp of a castle that keeps many fires but never seems fully dry. The kitchen side door stands open to the width of a shoulder, letting out a rush of warmth strong enough to make you want to step directly into the oven mouth and live there. Inside. The kitchen is already deep in its own chaos, boys carrying trenchers. women stirring great pots, someone shouting for more chopped herbs, someone else scraping a board, a dog wisely lurking under the preparation table where gravity occasionally favours the patient. You do not go far in. Stable dirt is tolerated near the door, but only so far. Every household has its frontiers. A kitchen maid with red hands and a flour mark on one cheek thrusts a heel of bread at you first, then another at Piers, then points with her chin toward a smaller pot set near the side hearth. Pottage, she says, before cook sees you taking the thick part. This is not a warning to be ignored. You take a wooden bowl from the stack and ladle out a serving. It is oat pottage, thick enough to hold heat, with a few softened leeks in it, and perhaps a memory of bacon if one is charitable. You would, at this moment, eat it if it had the consistency of roofing mortar, which fortunately it does not quite reach. The bread is coarse brown stuff with a hard crust and a dense middle that asks a lot of the jaw. It is, all the same, wonderful. You retreat with your prize to the bench by the outer kitchen wall, where the warmth from within leaks through the stone just enough to flatter it. A few other servants are gathered there in twos and threes, a laundress warming her hands on her bowl, a scullion blinking like an owl at daylight, an older man from the storehouse chewing methodically and saying nothing. The rough-coated stable dog has somehow arrived before you, which feels unfair but also inevitable. He sits at a polite distance with a face arranged into solemn poverty. "Don't start," says Piers, though the dog has not yet done anything except exist tragically. You sit with your bowl cupped in both hands, and the heat rises into your palms and wrists like a blessing. It takes a moment before you can even taste properly, because the first mouthful is less flavour than rescue. Then the details come: salt, oats, leek, a hint of onion, maybe a little herb. The bread tears reluctantly. You dip it into the pottage to soften it. Steam fogs the air in front of your face. A stable boy's breakfast is never elegant, but it has one great virtue. It is taken after work has already begun, and so it feels earned. For a little while the rhythm slows. Not much. No one here is reclining with a lute, but the body eases. The ache in your shoulders settles into something almost companionable. Your feet stop moving. Your hands unclench. After hours among hooves and buckets and damp straw, simply sitting against stone with warm food in your belly feels dangerously close to luxury. Conversation begins in the way of castle servants, not with formal topics, but with fragments tossed into the air until someone catches one. "There's frost in the lower herb garden still," says the kitchen maid, carrying out a basket of peelings. "There's frost in my bones still," says Piers. "That's because there's not much else in there." This from a laundress, who earns a brief laugh from the bench and a weary bow from Piers in acknowledgement of defeat. Humour moves lightly among servants, dry and brief, never too polished. There is not enough spare breath for wit that requires rehearsal. Instead, it comes in quick little exchanges, like sparks from damp wood when it finally catches. The storehouse man speaks next, more to his bowl than to anyone else. They say the Reeves coming up from the village today. No one answers at once, which is answer enough. Reeves bring tallies, complaints, shortages, and the kind of official attention that usually increases work for everyone below the rank of bishop. Some swear he counts oats by smell, says the laundress. Some swear he counts by witchcraft, says Piers. The kitchen maid snorts. No one can quite agree whether he was born mean or apprenticed. Even you laugh at that, though quietly, because in a castle one never knows who is related to whom in unfortunate ways. The dog inches closer. You tear off the smallest bit of bread and flick it toward him. He takes it with grateful dignity, then immediately resumes his expression of famine, proving he understands servant politics very well. "Feed me if you must," his face says, "but do not mistake this for abundance." From inside the kitchens comes the clang of a ladle against a pot, and the sharp voice of cook, who has the authority of a minor queen and the temper of an overtaxed abbess. The side door opens wider for a moment, and with it comes a flood of warmer air and richer smells, bread crust browning, onions softening in fat, perhaps even a little smoked fish being prepared for one of the upper tables. This causes a general silence among those seated outside, each person briefly considering the grand gulf between what exists in the castle and what might actually reach their spoon. You finish half your pottage, then slow a little, because the warmth of it has made you almost sleepy. This is the danger of any pause in a medieval working day. Sit too still in warmth, and your body immediately petitions for bedding. Unfortunately, the stable has no respect for petitions. Somewhere beyond the yard you hear a horse whinny, then another answer from farther off, and already your mind begins to turn back toward the stalls. Still, breakfast is not only about eating, it is where the little currents of the household cross. A woman from the infirmary passes by carrying a small pouch of herbs and a wrapped pot. She stops long enough to warm her free hand by the doorway and nod to the kitchen maid. Comfrey asks the maid. "And marigold," the woman says, "for a groom's split knuckle and one idiot carter who tried to mend a wheel with cold fingers. Did it work?" The infirmary woman gives her a look. The wheel. A second small laugh goes round the bench. The herbs catch your attention. Remedies are part of daily life in a way that feels both ordinary and faintly enchanted. Leechcraft, salves, poultices, steeped plants, charms stitched into little bags, all of it lives side by side, for stable folk especially. There is a constant low-level traffic in cures. Goose grease for chapped skin, vinegar for bruises, honey if anyone can spare it for a cut, chewed plantain pressed to a sting, salt rubbed where boots have bitten the heel raw. Some swear by garlic against winter sickness, some by mugwort tucked under the pillow, some by a whispered prayer said while binding up a hand in linen. No one fully agrees which part does the healing the herb, the hand, the saint, or the hopeful stubbornness of the patient. Piers flexes one wrist and winces. "My mother used to tie a bit of rue in red cloth for aches. Did it help, you ask? She said it did, which was nearly as good. This seems to satisfy him, and perhaps that is the point." Another servant, a thin fellow from the chapel with ink on 2 fingers, comes to the doorway and hesitates before stepping near the bench, as though unsure whether the stable smell can stain a soul by proximity. He holds a crust in one hand and a small wax tablet in the other, and he is plainly carrying some message from someone to someone. Scribes and clerks always look faintly surprised to discover the castle runs on bodies as well as lists. "Have you seen Hamo?" he asks. Piers jerks his thumb toward the yard, in the stable, where stablemen are known, in rare cases, to be found. The clerk, perhaps wisely, chooses not to answer that. He goes, and you watch him pick his way back over the muddy stones with his robe lifted just enough to show sensible boots underneath. Even scholars, it seems, can learn from weather. The sight reminds you again that the whole castle is really a web of little necessary motions: bells, books, bread, dung, ledgers, hay, prayer, smoke, repairs. All of it touches all of it. A horse must be fed so a message can be carried. Oats must be counted so horses can be fed. Someone must note the oats in a tablet. Someone must grow them. Someone must haul them in. Someone must sweep the threshing floor. Grandeur in this world has roots in a great many humble buckets. You scrape the last of the pottage from the bowl with a piece of bread and eat it slowly. The warmth has reached your belly now and spread outward. Your fingers feel human again. The morning's hard edge has softened just a little. Above the roofline, the winter sky is brightening into a thin washed blue. Smoke drifts flat before lifting. A line of crows has found some business atop the outer wall. Somewhere farther off, from beyond the keep, and perhaps nearer the village road, comes the hollow sound of another bell. The laundress beside you lowers her bowl and says, "They say a horse in the stable can see a death before the priest does." Piers gives her a look. "Who says that?" "My aunt." "Your aunt says eels can predict hail." She's right often enough to be irritating. This opens the door to the kind of conversation people have when half warm and half tired, not argument exactly, but the trading of beliefs one would never bother to defend too firmly in full daylight. The kitchen maid claims that if a horse refuses water while staring at the stall corner, there is a spirit there, or at least a draught with intentions. The storehouse man says his grandfather would hang iron nails over the stable door every Martinmas and never lost an animal to sickness in all his years. Piers says the blacksmith in his village spat once into each new horseshoe before fitting it, because iron likes to know who asks its favour. The laundress insists white hairs appearing suddenly in a dark horse's tail mean weather is turning. No one can prove any of it, and no one fully dismisses it either. This is how belief often works in such places. It does not demand certainty. It simply sits by the fire with everything else. You do not speak much during this exchange. You listen, which is often wiser. Besides, listening lets the scene settle into you. The steam rising from bowls, the rough grain of the bench beneath your thigh, the hiss from the kitchen hearth just inside, the crust of bread in your hand, the wet hem of your tunic drying slowly by body heat alone, the dog's hopeful eyes, the smell of smoke clinging to everybody's wool. It is not a grand moment, but it is a full one. Then, as ever, work comes to reclaim it. Hamo appears in the yard and does not even need to call. His presence alone has a way of ending leisure at a distance. He lifts one hand in the universal sign for enough sitting. Piers groans quietly and rises. "So ends our life of luxury," he says. You stand too, setting your empty bowl on the sill near the door to be collected and washed by someone whose own tasks are no easier. The warmth leaves you almost at once you step away from the kitchen wall. The cold finds the damp parts of your clothes again with insulting speed. But the food remains, and that changes everything. You're still tired. Yes, but now the tiredness has something beneath it. Bread gives courage where philosophy cannot. As you cross the yard back toward the stable, the sounds meet you in layers. A horse stamping, harness jingling, someone in the training yard calling for another pass, a cart axle creaking, pigeons rustling in the eaves. The rough-coated dog trots after you at a hopeful distance, clearly having decided that stable people are generous by the low standards available. The stable doors stand open wider now. The inside glows with its own dim life flanks shifting, straw bright beneath hooves, dust dancing in slanted light. You catch again the now familiar smells: hay, leather, warm hide, dung, old wood, lamp smoke. They no longer strike you as unpleasant so much as inevitable, like weather or bells. And with breakfast still warming your middle, you step back into that long low kingdom of horses and labour, carrying with you the gossip of servants, the taste of coarse bread, the echo of odd beliefs about omens and saints, and the small sturdy comfort that even in a castle where nearly everyone is hurried, cold and underfed by preference, there is still a bench by a kitchen wall, a bowl of hot pottage, and a few stolen minutes in which the world feels almost kind. You return from the kitchen side of the yard with a little more warmth in your body and a little less patience for the cold, which is the usual effect of breakfast. Hunger has been quieted, but in exchange you now know exactly how pleasant it felt to sit near stone that remembered the ovens, and that knowledge makes the stable seem chillier by contrast. Still, work does not care for contrasts. It waits where you left it, with ears, hooves, and opinions. Inside, the stable has shifted into the next temper of the day. The first frantic tasks of dawn are finished. The stalls are cleaned, the water refreshed, the bedding laid, the tack sorted. Now the horses for the training yard are being readied in a steadier rhythm, one after another, for squires, household riders, and a pair of men-at-arms who believe every morning should begin with noise. The air feels fuller somehow, threaded with the sound of harness moving and the brief sharp calls of people already tired of each other before noon. Hamo is at the centre of it like a weathered post in a fast stream. He has a saddle under one arm and a strap in his teeth while fastening something with both hands, which gives him the appearance of a man attacked by leather and winning narrowly. He jerks his chin when he sees you. "Training yard," he says. "You take the grey and the chestnut. Mind the grey's near side, and keep clear when the young lord squire mounts, unless you fancy being flattened into a lesson." This is not a metaphor. In a castle, one can very easily become part of someone else's education in a regrettably physical way. You and Piers get to work at once. The grey is a tall mare with dark knees and a pale coat that collects stable dust in visible insult. She's a good mover, quick to the hand, and somewhat too intelligent for universal peace. The chestnut is broader and calmer, built for patience rather than elegance, though he has enough spirit to remind inattentive riders not to daydream. You bring saddle cloths first, laying them carefully over each back, smoothing wrinkles with the flat of your hand. A fold left in the wrong place can rub raw skin within an hour. It is one of those tiny details that noble riders seldom notice, and stable boys cannot afford to forget. The mare lifts her head while you settle the cloth, one dark eye rolling just far enough to keep you under inspection. Her skin twitches beneath your fingers. "Steady," you murmur. Some horses like certainty more than affection. Your voice is not for soothing only. It tells them the world remains in order, that the next touch is expected, that the strap going over their back belongs to the ordinary miseries of life and not to sudden catastrophe. This matters more in the training yard than almost anywhere. Nervous horses and inexperienced riders are a partnership designed by some malicious lesser angel. Piers brings the saddle, and together you lift it into place. The leather is cool but warming quickly where your hands press it. The girth hangs down in 2 lengths, and you duck beneath the mare's belly to catch the lower buckle. This is always a vulnerable moment. A stable boy learns to read breathing, ears, and shifting weight with the same care a priest reads a difficult line of Latin. The mare is calm enough, but you still tighten the girth in stages. One hole, then another, then pause. No need to insult her dignity by hauling as though trussing a barrel. Across the aisle, the chestnut stands like a patient cart-horse saint while Hamo checks the bit. Piers passes you the bridle for the grey. You slip off her halter and lift the headpiece smoothly into place, guiding the bit to her mouth with practised fingers. She resists for half a breath, then accepts it. Buckles close at the throat latch and brow band. Leather settles against bone and coat. Reins fall straight. For a moment she looks transformed, not different exactly, but formalized. A horse bridled and saddled becomes not just an animal, but an intention. Outside, the training yard has fully come alive. You can hear it now even from inside the stable hooves striking packed earth. Short commands, the clack of wood on wood from practice weapons, the occasional irritated shout when someone misses a cue or overestimates his skill. It is a sound that belongs to castles almost as much as bells and kitchens. Training is constant in such places. Men train for war, for display, for readiness, for the maintenance of rank. And perhaps because rich people become uneasy if nothing is being demonstrated somewhere. You lead the grey out first. The winter light feels sharper after the stable dimness. The yard surface is a mix of beaten earth and old straw, damp at the edges, firmer where many hooves have passed. To one side, a line of squires waits with mounts already saddled. To the other stand a few older men-at-arms, arms folded, radiating judgment. Beyond them, a boy too young for proper service but old enough to imitate everything holds a wooden sword and copies footwork with solemn incompetence. The grey steps high, eager but not unruly. Her breath smokes. The cold catches in your nose. You walk her to the mounting block where one of the household squires is adjusting his gloves with a gravity usually reserved for funerals. He is perhaps 16, perhaps 17, at the age when young men become convinced they are the first to have shoulders and authority at once. His boots are good, his belt is better. His expression suggests he expects the world to form itself into suitable shapes before him. Mind she tosses her head. You say before you can stop yourself. He glances at you, surprised not that you spoke, but that information emerged from below the rank of decorative furniture. Then he gives the smallest nod. This, in its way, is a victory. He mounts cleanly enough. The mare sidesteps once, then settles as he gathers the reins. You step back quickly, keeping clear of knees, stirrup, and ambition. Around you, horses circle, riders adjusting their seat, men calling corrections. The packed yard smells of damp soil, sweat, leather, and churned straw. It is not a battlefield, but it rehearses the idea of one in a controlled and much more expensive way. The chestnut goes next, assigned to a heavier rider whose seat looks as though it was carved into him long ago. This man says nothing to you, merely checks the girth with one hand and swings up. Horses do not always reveal people, but mounting does. Some climb aboard like sacks negotiating gravity. Others settle into place as if horse and rider were parts of the same machine. This one belongs to the second kind, and the chestnut seems to know it. Soon you and Piers are moving between stable and yard in a constant shuttle. Bring out one horse, take back another, hold a rein while a rider adjusts a stirrup, walk a sweating gelding until his breath settles, fetch a cloth, fetch a strap, move out of the way. Come back. There is no single dramatic event, only the steady pressure of motion. This is how much of stable work unfolds. You're never still long enough to become important, only useful. As the morning advances, you begin to see the training yard not as a spectacle but as a web of risks. A too tight bit, a rider leaning wrong in a turn, a cinch loosened by a horse swelling itself when saddled. A patch of slick ground near the water barrel. Stable boys learn these dangers because they stand close to them with no armour except speed and attention. Everyone else is practicing to strike, parry, wheel, or charge. You're practicing not to be underfoot. One of the squires proves particularly committed to alarming those around him. He spurs too eagerly, hauls at the reins when the horse resists, and sits with the rigid determination of a man trying to persuade the world he was born already competent. The gelding beneath him flings its head and cuts sideways. Easy shouts one of the older men-at-arms. The squire, naturally, does the opposite. The horse lurches, the rider loses one stirrup, and for one ugly instant it seems certain that horse, rider, and the rest of the morning will all come apart together. But the gelding checks, the squire clings on, and disaster settles into mere humiliation, which is often the best available outcome in training yards. No one laughs loudly. That would be unwise, but the silence following has edges. Piers leans toward you and murmurs, "If confidence were skill, he'd be king of France." You make the dangerous mistake of nearly laughing while standing beside a horse. The horse, offended by any shaking in your shoulders, bumps your elbow with its nose. This restores discipline. Later, you're sent to walk one of the older riding horses around the outer edge of the yard after a harder bout. The gelding's neck is damp beneath the mane. Foam has dried at the edge of the bit. Steam rises from his shoulders into the cold air. You loosen the girth by one hole and lead him slowly, speaking now and then, letting his stride lengthen and settle. Horses brought in hot must be cooled carefully. Every groom knows it. And stable boys are made to know it by repetition if nothing else. Do not stuff a heaving horse with cold water. Do not let it stand in a draught. Soaking. Do not leave a sweaty blanket twisted. So many medieval principles amount to simple versions of do not be an idiot. But the world keeps producing fresh opportunities to ignore them. Near the fence stand two riders discussing a fault in a turn with grave attention. Nearby a page holds a second mount and tries, unsuccessfully, to look invisible. At the far end of the yard, where the weaker winter sun reaches the paling, a hawk circles overhead, small and dark against the sky. For a moment the whole place seems to pause around ordinary things' horse breath. Boot leather, a gust of cold, a crow on the wall, a rider settling back into the saddle. Then a lance drops somewhere with a crack, someone swears, and the spell breaks. You take the gelding back toward the stable when his breathing eases. Inside, the dim warmth receives you again. The sounds are softer here, thicker. The smell of horse fills the lungs like a place you live in more than a scent you notice. Hamo meets you at the doorway and runs a hand along the gelding's shoulder, checking heat and damp. Good. Strip him. So you remove the tack piece by piece. Bridle first, then saddle, then cloth. You rub the horse down with armfuls of straw, working briskly along neck, barrel, and legs to dry him. This is hard work in itself. The horse stands with head low, eyes half-lidded, while you and Piers briskly scrape and rub, changing the damp straw for fresh as it darkens. The stable grows full of these transitions, horses going out sleek and formal, coming back warm and marked, then being restored again by hand. It is like tending a series of small weather systems. As you work, a servant from the upper household appears at the stable door, cloaked and neat, carrying the particular look of someone sent to fetch a horse, but not pleased about crossing muddy ground. He asks for the palfrey belonging to one of the ladies of the hall, and at once the whole tone shifts slightly. Different tack, cleaner cloth, better brushing. Even the language gets smoother. Rank travels ahead of people by way of expectation. You're ordered to help ready the palfrey, a light-stepping roan mare with a white face and a way of lifting her feet that makes even standing look expensive. Her mane has to be combed more carefully. Her saddlecloth is finer, edged in faded embroidery. The bit is polished bright. You wipe a fleck of dust from the stirrup leather with the edge of your sleeve before anyone else can see it. Such details separate ordinary reprimand from memorable reprimand. The mare is gentle but alert, and when you hold her while the servant checks the girth, she turns her head enough that her whiskers brush your wrist. It is a soft, brief touch, and oddly personal amid all the leather and command. There are moments in stable life when the horses seem the least vain creatures in the castle. Outside, the palfrey is led away toward the inner gate, where noble errands begin and end in places you will mostly never see. You watch her go for a breath, and then turn back to the less embroidered business at hand. A practice horse needs a missing strap replaced. A water bucket has been kicked half over. One of the training saddles has come back caked in mud along the skirt and must be wiped before it stiffens. Work keeps arriving in pieces, each small enough to seem manageable, altogether enough to fill a life. By now the yard is loud enough that even the chapel bell has trouble claiming attention when it marks the hour. Still, you hear it, thin but certain beyond the stable roof and the wall. Bells order the castle day from above while stable labour orders it from below. One tells people where the hour is, the other makes sure the hour can move. The dog has returned again, padding between thresholds as though appointed inspector of all transitions. He watches a rider dismount, then sneezes violently when a groom shakes down a dusty blanket nearby. Some swear dogs in stables bring luck if they choose to sleep under the same manger 3 nights running. Some say they merely bring fleas and moral complexity. The dog, like many wise beings, does not commit himself. You fetch more water. You hold a rein while a nervous page mounts and dismounts twice under instruction. You carry a saddle into the tack room and hang it precisely on its stand. You bend to pick up a dropped glove, only to be nearly walked into by a horse whose rider has mistaken confidence for visibility. You flatten yourself against the stable wall and let horse and authority pass, then breathe again. This is what it means to work under watching eyes. Not only that riders and grooms see you, but that the horses do too, in their way. They notice the hurried hand, the uncertain touch, the pause before fastening a buckle, and the people above you notice whether the horses notice. It is a layered sort of judgment, all of it happening in motion. You are weighed constantly, though seldom formally. Can you step clear at the right time? Can you hold steady? Can you remember which horse dislikes noise and which needs the girth checked twice? Can you be useful without becoming conspicuous? By the time the training yard begins to thin a little, the weak sun has climbed just enough to flatten shadows and brighten the yard wall. Your arms feel used to the shoulder sockets. Your back has become one long, steady complaint. There is dust on your sleeves, horsehair clinging to your tunic, and a faint line of sweat cooling at the nape of your neck despite the season. Yet the work has settled into you. You no longer feel like someone dragged from bed into cold labour. You feel like part of the machinery that allows all this noise, discipline, and noble posturing to happen without collapse. Inside the stable, a half-burned candle from earlier still sits near the tack-room brazier, slumped and waxy in the daylight. The smell of wet wool from passing cloaks mingles with warm hay. Somewhere above, in the rafters, a pigeon shifts and coos. One horse in the back row dozes with a hind leg cocked, completely indifferent to rank or training. Another paws the fresh straw, impatient for feed or simply for the privilege of expressing a mood. And you, moving between them with cloth, strap, bucket and rein, keep the whole restless little kingdom from flying apart by inches. The training yard slowly gives back what it borrowed. Not all at once. Horses do not return in a noble line, and riders never seem to finish at the same moment simply because that would be convenient for everyone else. Instead, they come in drifts and clusters, one gelding at a time, then 2 together, then none for a stretch while some last correction is shouted over the packed earth. The stable absorbs them as it always does, taking in sweat, mud, noise, and impatience and turning them, by hand and habit, back into order. By now the day has tipped toward late morning. The winter sun is higher, though still weak enough to seem more decorative than useful, and the yard beyond the stable door gleams with damp patches where frost has given way to mud entirely. Smoke from the kitchen chimneys trails flatter now. Somewhere along the curtain wall a guard calls to another, their voices carried thinly by the cold. The chapel bell has already marked the hour once since breakfast, and you've been moving steadily enough that the time between seems to have vanished into leather and straw. This is the part of the day when a stable boy begins to discover that his work is not confined to the stable at all. A horse is brought in steaming and you rub it down. Another needs its tack cleaned. A third must be held for a rider who has suddenly remembered some errand. Then Hamo points at you with the handle of a brush and says, "You, oat store," then the brewer's yard, then ask at the lower kitchen if the mash scraps are ready for the old mare, and don't wander. As though wandering were an available luxury. So you go. You leave the stable through the side door and step back into the wider life of the castle, carrying an empty sack that will soon be far less enjoyable. The change is immediate. Inside the stable the world narrows into stalls, flanks, smells, and tasks that repeat until they become almost meditative. Outside, the keep opens in every direction at once: courtyards, passages, workshops, smoke, voices, doors forever opening and shutting, each hiding another kind of labour. The oat store lies past the inner yard, under a low timbered roof beside the granary, and the path takes you across ground churned by carts, dogs, boots, and weather into a dark paste that does not so much cling to your shoes as adopt them. You pass the laundry wall first, where wet linens hang pale and rigid in the cold like surrendered banners. Two women stand over steaming tubs beneath a lean-to roof, sleeves rolled, arms red from hot water and soap. The smell of lye drifts toward you in a bitter, clean gust that briefly overwhelms even the stable on your clothes. One of the women glances up, still smelling of horses, then still smelling of lye. Then you answer before good sense can intervene. She laughs, which saves you. Medieval castles are full of such brief crossings, each craft bumping against another in the narrow lanes of daily work. Laundry against stable, kitchen against chapel, forge against storeroom. No one has enough space, enough warmth, or enough patience, and so everyone becomes an expert in passing one another with bowls, bundles, curses, and surprisingly specific advice. The granary yard is quieter, with a different smell entirely: dry grain, dust, old wood, mice, no doubt, though their contribution is usually invisible until suddenly it is not. The Reeves man sits on a stool by the store door with a tally board across his knees, wrapped in a cloak and looking as though suspicion is both his profession and personal hobby. He has the narrow face of someone who believes numbers have moral value. "What do you want?" he asks, which is not an opening toward friendship. "Oats for the stable, you say," Hamo said from the western bin. He narrows his eyes. "How much?" You tell him, and he makes a little mark on the board with a bit of chalk as though your request has offended some larger principle. Storehouses are always like this. Everyone who mines supplies behaves as though famine is standing just outside the gate with folded arms. Often they are right. Winter teaches caution with grain more sternly than sermons ever do. He lets you in at last, and the smell inside the granary folds around you dry, dusty, almost sweet, with a coolness different from the wet cold of the yard. Sacks are stacked in orderly rows, and bins rise under the timbers like wooden chapels to practicality. There is comfort in such order, though also a faint unease. A household lives or falters here as surely as it does in the hall. If the grain runs short, everyone feels it. From the lord at the high table to the lowest boy stealing crusts behind the bakehouse. You fill the sack from the western bin, the grain rushing down with a soft whispering sound. The sack grows heavy fast. Everything useful in a castle is either heavy, wet, hot, breakable, or all four. You shoulder it up with both arms and feel the weight settle into your back and hips at once. Medieval life does not believe in preserving the spine for later. On your way out, the Reeves man squints at the sack as though oats might have multiplied without permission. Mind you don't spill. You nearly tell him the horses have promised not to juggle, but the morning has taught you enough caution to keep that thought inside your skull, where it can do less harm. Back across the yard you go, one step at a time through the mud, adjusting the sack's weight as it shifts against your shoulder. You pass the chapel door just as two clerks come out, their fingers ink-stained and their cloaks better cut than yours by a full social lifetime. One holds a bundle of wax tablets, the other carries a ring of iron keys that clink softly as he walks. The sound reminds you of the tack-room chest and the stable's own small treasure of buckles, bits, and leather. Everywhere in the castle, something is being locked, measured, counted, or guarded. Somewhere above, bells begin again, not loud now, but measured and sure, drifting across the courtyards from the chapel tower. They mark the passage of the morning with a confidence you envy. Bells do not carry sacks. Bells do not wipe mud from their hems. Bells simply declare where time is and let everyone else do the panting. You bring the oats to the stable first, because Hamo would absolutely know if you did not, and the sack is removed from your shoulder with enough relief to make you briefly devotional. Piers takes one side and together you pour the grain into the stable bin. Dust rises. The horses, hearing the sound, lift their heads at once. There is no music in the known world more persuasive to them than grain hitting wood. The chestnut mare bangs her bucket with theatrical insistence. Yes, yes, says Piers, you're terribly neglected. The mare accepts this apology as her due, but your errands are not over. Hamo, who seems to produce tasks simply by continuing to exist, nods toward the yard. Brewer's next. See whether the dray horse harness came back mended, and ask about the mash. So you go again, before your legs can imagine refusing. The brewer's yard lies nearer the outer side of the keep, past the bakehouse and close enough to the service gate that carts can move barrels without upsetting more important feet. You walk through a narrower passage between stone walls dark with damp and brushed with moss in the cracks. Water trickles somewhere unseen. The air cools in the shade, then opens out suddenly into a yard alive with another kingdom of smells: ale, yeast, wet wood, smoke, and the sour sweet warmth of mash. It is a richer smell than the stable, softer around the edges, though no less determined to enter your clothes. Men are rolling small casks toward a covered shed. A boy with flour on his sleeves is carrying spent grain in a basket large enough to hide in. Near the doorway, a dray harness hangs from a peg, half repaired, beside two collars and a stack of barrel hoops. The brewer himself stands in the threshold talking with a cooper about staves and shrinkage, which sounds like a theological dispute but is in fact about barrels. You wait until he notices you. Waiting is one of the invisible talents of the lower household. You wait outside doors, beside horses, by ovens, near store bins, at the edge of arguments, all without seeming idle if possible. At length the brewer turns. He is a broad man with a nose veined by weather and years spent in close companionship with fermentation. "Hamo sent you?" he asks. You nod. He jerks his head toward the hanging harness, mended enough to hold a horse, which is more than can be said for some men. Mash scraps will be ready at midday. Tell him not before. This is good news and bad news at once, the usual shape of useful information. You touch the repaired stitching on the harness briefly. It feels solid. The leather is still a little stiff where it has dried by the brewhouse warmth. Good enough. Probably. In this world, good enough accomplishes more than perfection ever finds time for. As you turn to leave, the cooper mutters, "If he comes early again, I'll harness him to the cart myself." This may or may not mean Hamo. It is hard to tell. Castles breed threats the way damp beams breed mould quietly, everywhere, and mostly without follow-through. Your next stop is the lower kitchen, the one nearer the servants' range where scraps, peels, and practical cooking are dealt with before anything reaches the grander hearths. The path takes you by the smithy, and there you slow without meaning to. The forge doors are open. Inside, red light pulses against soot-black walls. A hammer rings on iron in crisp, bright blows, sparks scattering in sharp little arcs. The farrier's corner lies just beyond, though you are not sent there yet. A horsehoof hangs from a beam by the entrance, nailed up as a ward against ill luck or perhaps as an example, depending on whom you ask. Some swear iron confuses wandering spirits. Others say it pleases them, even now. It is hard to tell whether most people fear the unseen more than they enjoy talking about it. The smith himself glances up once, face shining with heat and soot, then returns to the anvil. You move on, but the sound follows you hammer on iron, steady as a second heartbeat for the castle. At the lower kitchen you're met not with warmth, but with steam and irritation. Two girls are gutting fish at a board outside under an overhang, because the smell is better left near the drain than inside. A man carrying onions shoulders past you without apology. Inside, a pot is bubbling over and someone is being blamed in detail. You wait at the side until a scullion notices. "Mash scraps for the old mare," you say. Later. The brewer said midday. He would. This seems, somehow, to settle nothing. After a little more waiting, a woman with a ladle tucked through her belt appears and says, "Tell your Hamo the mash comes when it comes. We've peelings enough, but the good mash waits, and if he sends another boy before then, I'll put him to chopping leeks." You believe her. Kitchen threats carry a different quality from stable threats. Less noise, more certainty. You return through the yard with this message, and along the way are caught by 3 other minor duties because castles are nets, and boys are what gets pulled through them. A clerk asks you to carry a small wrapped bundle as far as the chapel porch, because his hands are full of tablets. A woman from the storehouse asks whether the old mare really does still get warm mash, because her own grandmother swore old horses could smell kindness before they tasted it. A porter at the side gate asks if the stable has a spare lead rope, then changes his mind halfway through the sentence and says, "Never mind, he has found one under a cart." Such are the glories of household coordination. As you cross the main court with the wrapped bundle under your arm, you have one of those rare moments when the whole castle seems visible at once in pieces. The keep rising above with its narrow windows and weather-dark stone, smoke drifting past the battlements, servants moving in every direction with baskets, pails, stools, armfuls of rushes, folded cloths, messages, and expressions of patient urgency. A pair of noble children escorted across the far side by a woman in a fur-lined cloak, a monk-like figure from the chapel hurrying against the wind with one hand over his hood, 2 men-at-arms dicing in a sheltered corner until someone more official notices, pigeons lifting from the roof in a sudden pale flurry. The world of the stable is only one chamber in this larger living body, yet every chamber depends on the others. The kitchen fires need wood, the wood needs carts, the carts need horses, horses need oats, oats need tallying, tallying needs clerks, clerks need candles, candles need wax, wax needs bees, even saints, one suspects, rely on a surprising amount of transport. You drop the bundle at the chapel porch, where a novice receives it with the solemnity of a relic, though it appears to be mostly folded cloth. As you turn away, the chapel door opens briefly. An incense slips out into the cold with a sweetness so unlike the rest of the day that it feels almost unreal. Beeswax candles glow within. A voice chants somewhere beyond sight. For a breath, the castle seems to contain another world entirely, quiet and golden and removed from mud. Then the door shuts, and you're back in the yard with wet hems and a message about mash. Hamo hears you out without visible delight. "Midday," he says. "Fine. Then fetch the small rake and clear the track by the side stalls. And after that, check whether the laundress still has that torn horse blanket. Of course she does, or does not, or has not yet looked. Either way, another errand has appeared. The stable remains the heart of your day, but the castle has begun to claim you in all directions, drawing you through its passages and courtyards like a thread through cloth. You carry oats, words, scraps, small burdens, small notices. You begin to know where the stones lie slickest, which doors breathe warmth, which corners hold smoke, which people answer kindly, which answer only if pinned in place by circumstance. There is a rhythm to these errands too, out from horse breath into kitchen steam, from grain dust into forge sparks, from laundry damp into chapel sweetness, then back again to hay and leather. The body tires from the carrying, but the mind fills quietly with the shape of the place. You're learning the castle not from above, as a lord might know it in rites and rooms, but from below, by roots and loads and thresholds. And when you step once more into the stable, with mud thick on your boots and the murmur of the wider household still in your ears, the dim warmth and animal smell meet you like something almost familiar, less a place you serve now than one that has begun, in its rough, unsentimental way, to know you too. The castle does not end at its walls, though it tries very hard to suggest that it does. By the time the sun has dragged itself to its thin midday height, and the bells have marked the hour with patient insistence, the stable yard has begun preparing for something slightly different from its usual rhythm. Not grand, not ceremonial, not worthy of banners, but enough of a shift that Hamo's voice takes on that particular tone which means attention must sharpen rather than merely continue. "You," he says, pointing in your direction with a strap as though selecting from a very limited menu. "Out with the bay and the pack mare, rode to the lower fields. Check the boundary markers by the stream, and keep your eyes open. There's been talk of a broken cartwheel along that way." Talk of broken things travels faster than the things themselves. So you find yourself, not long after, standing at the outer gate with a lead rope in each hand, one attached to a steady bay gelding and the other to a narrower pack mare with a resigned expression. Both are lightly loaded, nothing grand. Just a few empty sacks and a coil of rope tied behind the saddle. Enough to make the journey useful. Enough to remind you that no trip in this world is made without purpose, even if the purpose is only to confirm that something has not yet gone wrong. The gate creaks open under the effort of two men, its iron fittings groaning in protest at the cold. Beyond it, the world opens out in a way that feels almost suspicious after the tight courtyards and echoing passages of the keep. The air is different immediately. Cleaner. though still edged with winter. The smell of horses and smoke fades just enough to let in damp earth, distant water, and the faint sweetness of dead leaves pressed flat beneath frost. You step through, boots sinking slightly in the rutted road, and for a moment the castle behind you seems to draw back, as though it has taken a breath and released you from its grip, though only temporarily. No one leaves a place like that entirely, not even for an hour. The road slopes gently down from the gate, bordered by low stone walls patched with moss and lichen. Here and there, the walls lean in a way that suggests they were built with optimism rather than precision. Beyond them stretch fields gone pale for winter, stubble catching the light in thin lines. In some places the ground is hard with frost still clinging in shadow. In others it has softened into mud that takes your footprints and refuses to give them back. The bay walks steadily, ears flicking, content with the pace. The pack-mare follows with less enthusiasm but no real complaint. You keep a hand on each rope, letting them find their stride, adjusting when needed. Walking horses is a quieter kind of work. There is no immediate demand, no shouted instruction, no sudden clatter, just the rhythm of steps, the soft creak of leather, the occasional snort as a horse tests the air. Ahead, the road bends toward a line of bare trees, their branches scratching faintly against the pale sky. A crow lifts from one of them as you approach, calling once as though filing a report. Somewhere farther off, a dog barks, answered by another at a distance that suggests a village or a farmstead just beyond sight. You pass a small roadside shrine set into the wall, a simple niche with a weathered carving of a saint whose face has worn down to something more like a suggestion. A bit of cloth has been tied there recently, bright against the dull stone, and a few withered flowers lie at the base. Someone has stopped here not long ago, for prayer, perhaps, for luck, for gratitude, or simply because the road invites such pauses. Some swear these shrines protect travellers. Others say they merely remind them to be afraid in an orderly way. No one can quite agree whether the saints notice every whispered request along every muddy road. But people ask all the same. You nod slightly as you pass. It costs nothing, and in a world where much costs dearly, that is reason enough. The road dips lower, and soon you hear the faint rush of water before you see it. The stream runs narrow but quick, its surface broken by stones that glisten in the weak light. The boundary markers Hamo mentioned stand nearby short posts set into the ground, some leaning, one half buried where the earth has shifted. Your task, it seems, is partly to check that they still exist and partly to notice if anyone has decided they do not. You tie the bay loosely to a low branch and walk the line, boots sinking into damp earth near the bank. The posts are rough, weathered, marked with cuts that denote ownership in a language of wood and habit rather than ink. One has been knocked slightly askew. You set it right, pressing it deeper with your boot, feeling the resistance of soil that does not particularly care about property lines. Behind you, the pack-mare lowers her head and begins investigating a patch of grass that has somehow survived the season. The bay watches you, ears forward, as if supervising. This, too, is part of the work. Not just tending animals, but tending the invisible edges of things' fields, roads, markers, the small agreements that hold land and people in some kind of order. You linger a moment by the stream, listening. Water over stone has a way of smoothing thought. The cold air carries sound clearly. A distant cart rattles somewhere out of sight. A bird calls once, then again. The horses breathe behind you, steady and warm. For a brief stretch of time, the world feels wider than the stable, wider even than the castle. There is space here, not empty, exactly, but less crowded with purpose. Then, because this is still your day and not a dream, you remember the broken cartwheel. You follow the road a little farther, eyes scanning the ruts. It does not take long to find the place. One of the deeper grooves veers off oddly toward the side, and just beyond it lies a wheel half tilted against the ditch, its rim cracked. One spoke snapped clean through. The cart itself is gone, perhaps repaired, perhaps abandoned, perhaps dragged away by someone with more urgency than tools. You step closer, crouching to examine the brake. The wood is split in a way that suggests strain rather than rot. Too much weight, a bad turn, a moment of misjudgment. It is a small reminder of how easily things fail when pushed just past their limit. Some swear a broken wheel is a bad sign if found on a journey. Others say it is only a sign that someone before you had a worse day. Those who tell the tale never fully agree, though most step a little more carefully afterward. You stand again and glance back toward the castle. From here, it rises above the fields, stone against sky, distant but unmistakable. Smoke curls from its chimneys. Even at this remove, it feels present, like a thought you cannot quite set aside. The horses shift, and you return to them, checking the ropes, adjusting the load on the pack mare though it has not moved. Habit again, always checking, always correcting small things before they grow larger. The return journey feels shorter, though your legs disagree. The road slopes upward now, and the mud seems to cling more eagerly as if aware you're trying to leave. The shrine passes again, the cloth stirring slightly in a breeze you barely feel. The trees stand silent. The crow has moved on. At the gate, the guards glance at you without interest beyond ensuring you're not someone more interesting. The doors open just enough to admit you and your charges, then close again with a heavy finality that reminds you how easily the outside world is shut out. Inside, the yard feels louder than before, though perhaps it is simply that you've come back to it from quiet. Voices overlap. A cart creaks under load. Someone calls for more water. The dog appears as if summoned by your return, tail giving a brief wag before settling into its usual guarded neutrality. You lead the horses back into the stable, where the familiar warmth and smell wrap around you once more. Hemo glances up from a harness and gives a short nod. "Wheel?" he asks. "Broken, you say? By the stream. Looks like a spoke snapped." He grunts, which in his language contains approval, acknowledgement, and the promise of more work. "Right. We'll send someone with tools later. Of course you will." You untie the ropes, remove the light loads, and settle the horses back into their stalls. The bay lowers his head to hay with immediate interest. The pack mare sighs, a long, soft sound that might be relief or simply habit. You rub them down lightly, more from routine than necessity, and check their legs for mud or small cuts. All seems well. For a moment, you rest your hand against the bay's neck. The warmth seeps into your palm. The steady rise and fall of breath feels almost like a shared rhythm. Outside, the castle continues its endless motion. Inside, the stable holds its quieter pulse. You have been beyond the walls and returned. Not far, not for long, but enough to see how the world stretches outward from this place in roads, fields, and small, necessary tasks. Enough to know that the work of a stable boy does not end at the stable door. It simply follows the horses wherever they go. And now, as you step back into the aisle with mud on your boots and the memory of cold air still lingering at the edge of your senses, The day folds inward again. The next task waits. The next bucket. The next strap. The next quiet instruction that keeps everything moving. The castle breathes, the stable answers, and you keep walking. By the time you come back in from the road beyond the gate, the day has softened into that weary middle stretch when even the castle seems to sag a little under its own routines. Morning energy has burned away. The first hard edge of labour is gone. What remains is endurance. The winter light, pale from the beginning, now turns flatter still, as though the sky has been rubbed thin. Damp shows everywhere, on the yard stones, in the hems of cloaks, along the lower boards of doors, in the straw dragged halfway across the stable threshold by 100 careless boots and hooves. The whole world seems soaked through at the edges. And then the rain begins. Not dramatically, of course. Medieval life rarely grants you the courtesy of a proper announcement. No distant thunder, no noble curtain of weather rolling over the hills, no chance to stand on a wall and admire the spectacle. Instead, there comes first a change in smell, the cold air deepening with that dark wet scent of earth about to surrender. Then a few soft taps against the stable roof, then more, then the full steady hiss of rain settling over stone, timber, leather, and patience alike. Hammer steps to the stable door, looks out, and makes the face of a man personally betrayed by clouds. "Well," he says, "that improves nothing. It is one of the truest things spoken all day. Rain alters a stable at once. The horses feel it before the people speak of it. Heads lift, ears turn. One of the younger geldings stamps and blows through his nose. The dog at the threshold rises, judges the weather with a single look, and retreats deeper inside with the swift moral clarity of a saint refusing temptation. Wind pushes damp through the half-open doorway, and the air in the stable thickens around the warmth of the animals until every smell grows heavier. Hay, wool, leather, manure, old wood, smoke from the brazier, even the sharp, clean note of wet iron on buckles. You have no time to admire any of this, because rain means horses coming in wetter than they left, tack taking damage if neglected, yard mud thickening into a kind of practical curse, and everyone suddenly remembering stable boys exist. Before the worst of the weather has settled, 2 riding horses are already being brought back from a brief errand beyond the lower lane. Their flanks are darkened by rain, their manes plastered down, their hoofs caked with half the road. One rider dismounts under the eaves with a muttered complaint about the sky, and hands off the reins as though weather itself were a fault in stable management. You take the nearer horse at once, leading him inside before the draught from the door grows too strong. Water runs from the animal's coat in faint lines. The saddle is wet along the edges. The girth leather feels swollen and cold beneath your fingers. You loosen it quickly, then strip off the tack in practised order bridle, saddle, cloth. Everything must be hung where air and warmth can reach it before the damp settles into stiffness or rot. There is no rest in this kind of work. It is all continuation. Piers is already rubbing down the second horse with a bundle of straw, working briskly over neck and shoulders to lift the wet from the coat. You join him with the first, twisting dry straw tight in both hands and scrubbing along the grain of the hair. The sound is rough and rhythmic, straw against hide, while the horse stands with one hind leg cocked, weary and tolerant. Steam rises faintly where warmth meets the colder air. The smell is rich and close. Wet horse, dry straw, mud, the faint sourness of rainwater that has touched leather. "Don't leave the cloth folded," says Hamo from the tackroom doorway. "Spread it or it'll sour, as though you plan to invite the mould in for supper." You spread the damp saddlecloth over a rail near the brazier, not too close, because singed wool is its own misery, and return to the horse. The animal lowers its head a little as you work the straw harder around the chest and girth marks. There is an intimacy to this labour that no one from the upper hall ever seems to notice. The horses know your hands. They know which of you is hurried, which patient, which clumsy, which calm. Rain makes all of that matter more. A wet, chilled horse handled carelessly can sour in mood as easily as damp grain in a store bin. Outside, the rain strengthens. You hear it drumming on the roof and slapping against the packed ground of the yard. Somewhere a loose shutter bangs once, then again, until someone runs to latch it. The world beyond the stable doors blurs into a grey wash of movement and wet stone. People pass with cloaks over their heads, hunched, fast, ungracious. A cart rattles by and throws mud against the lower wall. Rain, unlike warfare or court politics, is democratic. It humiliates everyone equally. And still the work continues. A dray horse comes in next from the brewer's side, hauling no load now but soaked all along the spine and hind quarters. Behind it walks a man from the service yard whose beard has caught raindrops like a net. He complains about the road by the lower fields, the state of the side gate, and the intelligence of those responsible for both, which seems to include nearly everyone except himself. Hamo takes this weather report without comment and directs the horse into the side stall. You help unhitch it from the traces. Wet harness is heavier than dry in a way that feels insulting. The leather straps cling and resist. Metal fittings bite cold into your fingers. Mud has spattered up beneath the belly and along the inside of the forelegs, and you fetch a bucket of cleaner water and a rag to wipe down the worst of it before it cakes harder. The dray horse stands like a carved thing, enduring with immense patience while you work around its legs. Big horses are often like that, less fussy than fine riding stock, more resigned, as though long acquaintance with hauling has taught them that the world is always slightly unreasonable and rarely worth protesting. By now your own sleeves are damp to the elbow. Your boots have surrendered entirely. The hems of your tunic carry a border of mud thick enough to qualify as architecture. Rain in a castle stable does not leave anyone elegantly miserable. It simply makes them uniformly wet. The old mare from the rear row stamps for her warm mash, just as a scullion finally appears at the door with a bucket of it, steam rising into the grey air like incense from a surprisingly humble religion. He hands it off with the expression of a man delivering treasure to an ungrateful province. "There," he says. "Tell Hamo that's the last time I cross the yard in this weather for a horse." The old mare, on receiving the mash, nearly takes the bucket with such fervour that you have to brace it with both hands. She eats with soft, eager noises, steam drifting around her face. There is something deeply comforting about a creature enjoying warm food while rain taps steadily on the roof. Even in a castle full of worry, rank, and damp, small tenderness survives. Some swear old horses should be given mash on wet days to keep chill from settling in the belly. Others say the warmth does more for the humans watching than the beast eating. No one can quite agree whether kindness is a remedy in itself, but no one present seems inclined to test the question. When the immediate flood of returning horses slows, Hemo turns to the tack room with the expression of a man newly reminded of a second disaster. "Leather," he says. "That one word contains your next hour. Wet tack must be dealt with before it hardens badly. Saddles are wiped first, every inch of leather worked over with cloth to lift the rainwater, then bridles, reins, breast straps, girths, harness pieces laid out on pegs and rails wherever there is space and some hope of air. The tack room fills with a denser smell now, oil and damp leather warming slowly together. You rub one bridle down until your hands ache, working the moisture from around the stitching and buckles. Piers sits nearby with a saddle across his knees, muttering at a stubborn strap that has curled where it soaked through. This weather, he says, was designed by monks. Why monks, you ask? Because it encourages repentance. You laugh despite yourself, and Hamo, who hears everything he dislikes, says, less chatter, more drying. So you dry. There is a strange weariness to wet day work. It is not sharp like the first lifting of morning buckets. It is not urgent like readying horses for the training yard. It is slower, heavier, more draining. Every object weighs more. Every step sucks at your boots. Every task seems to generate another damp thing that also needs hanging, wiping, scraping, or turning. A dry day lets labour move cleanly from one form into another. Rain makes it all cling together in one long muddy sentence. A message comes from the gatehouse that one rider is expected in from the north track before dusk, perhaps earlier if the roads are less terrible than they deserve to be. Hamo grunts at this and has you ready an empty stall with extra dry straw. Travellers come in with weather attached to them, and horses too. You fork fresh bedding down generously, building it thick against the boards, and spread a wool blanket near at hand. The dry pale straw looks almost indecently luxurious, in contrast to the black mud of the aisle. As you work, the stable settles into that half-dark afternoon mood that rainy weather brings too soon. Though it is not yet late, the light has dimmed to a pewter wash. The doorway glows grey instead of white. The rafters above seem lower, the smoke from the brazier more reluctant to rise. A pigeon shifts somewhere unseen. Horses chew hay in a slow, steady rhythm that becomes, if you listen too long, nearly hypnotic. This is the dangerous sort of tiredness, the one that arrives quietly. Your body has been working since before dawn, and now the rain presses everything inward. Warm horse breath, soft chewing, the hiss of water outside, the low clink of tack in the next room. If you sat on an upturned bucket in the corner and closed your eyes for half a moment, you suspect you might wake in spring. Unfortunately, stable life has a strong opinion against experiments of that kind. The dog has found the driest patch by the tackroom threshold and curled himself into a shape of practical bliss. He opens one eye whenever anyone passes, just to confirm the world still contains possible scraps, then returns to his meditations. His fur smells of wet dog now, which adds a new and unfortunate chapter to the stable air. Piers glances at him and says, "Even he's doing less than we are." The dog does not answer, but his silence feels smug. Later in the afternoon, the rain eases just enough to become a steadier mist, which is in many ways worse because it encourages people to attempt movement again. A cart comes limping into the yard with one wheel bandaged in rope and optimism. Two men from the lower service gate lead a mule under a soaked canvas. A kitchen boy dashes across carrying a covered pot above his head and almost loses both pot and dignity near the well. Wet days do not stop the castle. They merely make every errand feel like a punishment from a saint whose feast you forgot. You are sent briefly to the side entrance to help drag in a bundle of hay that was left unwisely near the outer shed. The outer layers are damp, but the centre is still usable. Hay, like wool and social position, is best preserved by never being left where weather can form opinions about it. You tug the bundle across the threshold with Piers, both of you slipping once and only barely avoiding a collapse undignified enough to be memorable. The dog rises just in time to move out of the way and look reproachful, as though you've disrupted important business. By now your shoulders hum with that deep, dull ache that no longer asks for relief because it has accepted there will be none. Your hands are wrinkled from wet. There is straw sticking to one sleeve and to your hair besides. Your stomach has already begun thinking ahead toward whatever evening meal may eventually appear, though the thought feels distant, almost legendary. Still, the stable must be kept right. You check the extra stall again. You turn the damp tack so it dries more evenly. You sweep out another drift of muddy straw from the aisle. You refill a water bucket kicked over by a horse who has apparently decided rain outside requires protest inside. You fetch a little more oil for the girths. You rub down the bay from earlier where the damp clung longest beneath the saddle line. The horse leans slightly into the cloth with sleepy approval. Outside, the world remains blurred and dripping, but inside, order continues to be made and remade by hand. Some swear rain changes horses' tempers, making them uneasy before storms and sluggish after. Some swear a horse that shivers after rain has seen an ill sign on the road. Others insist weather only reveals what was already in a beast patience: fretfulness, endurance, fear. Even now, it is hard to tell whether animals carry omens or merely mirror the people around them. In the stable light, with mist at the door and the whole day softened by damp, the difference feels too small to argue over. By the time afternoon begins to lean toward evening, your clothes are beginning to dry in patches and then dampen again wherever the work takes you. The rain has lessened, but the world it leaves behind is one long wet inconvenience. Mud in the yard, moisture in the air, chill returning to the stones, horses more restless for the change, men more curt from fatigue. This is medieval life in one of its finest ordinary forms, not a battle, not a banquet, not a dramatic misery worthy of chronicles. Just the long wet grind of keeping living things comfortable enough to continue. And you, sore-handed and heavy-eyed, discover that this may be the hardest work of all, not the grand sudden labour, but the slow middle misery, the kind that asks nothing heroic, only that you go on, so you do. You hang another damp rain to dry, you rake another strip of straw into order, you listen to the rain thinning at last on the roof, you watch the old mare finish her mash and lick the bucket, hopefully for more. You breathe the mingled scents of horse, leather, wet wool, hay, and smoke until they seem not unpleasant but simply true. The day has turned sodden and weary. The castle is damp to its bones. Your hands are sore, your back tired, your boots irredeemable. And still, in the stable's dim half-light, the horses breathe, the tack dries, the aisle clears, and your labour keeps pressing small pockets of warmth and order against the soaking world outside. By late afternoon, the rain has eased into a lingering damp that clings to everything without the honesty of a proper downpour. Water still drips from eaves. The yardstones shine. Mud has achieved a depth of character that would impress a theologian. Yet the worst of the weather has passed, and in its wake the stable settles into a brief, deceptive calm. Horses chew, tack dries, steam no longer rises so fiercely from wet flanks. For a little while. The day feels as though it might simply continue in familiar misery until dusk. Then Hameau appears in the aisle with a halter rope in one hand and the expression of a man remembering yet another necessary annoyance. "Take the bay to the farrier," he says. "Front near hoof. He's been favouring it since the yard this morning." You look at the bay gelding in question, the same steady fellow from dawn, with the white star in his forehead and the air of a creature quietly disappointed by the species responsible for saddles. Now that you watch him more closely, you see it not a limp exactly, but a carefulness in the placing of one forefoot, subtle enough for a rider to ignore, not subtle enough for Hameau. This is how horses teach people to pay attention, not with speeches, but with inches. You fetch the lead rope and slip it on, speaking low as you guide the bay from his stall. He comes willingly enough, though he tests that front hoof twice before fully committing his weight. Piers glances up from wiping down a girth. "Stone," you think he asks. "Or bruise," says Hamo, "or he's discovered religion. Go on." The stable doors open onto a yard washed pale by the spent rain. The air outside smells of wet earth, ash, and that strange metallic freshness that lingers after weather. From across the court, near the smithy, comes the clean, hard ring of hammer on iron. It cuts through the softer noises of the castle with absolute confidence. Not a bell, not a shout, but something more practical than either metal meeting metal, sparks becoming sound. You lead the bay toward it. The smithy sits along one side of the service yard under a steep roof blackened by years of smoke. Its walls are stone to half height and timber above. The timbers so darkened they seem almost varnished by soot. The doors are thrown open for air despite the damp, and from within rolls a wave of heat that feels unreal after the long wet cold of the day. Not gentle warmth like the kitchen wall or the stable brazier, but forge heat dry, intense, alive. It smells of charcoal, hot iron, singed hoof. Leather and old smoke packed into wood so long it has become part of the grain. You always notice the sound first, but the light comes a close second. Red from the forge bed, orange from the iron when drawn. Sharp white sparks scattering like angry bees. Against that glow the men inside move half as craftsmen, half as shadows. The farrier works near the side of the forge, apart from the smith shaping hinges at the anvil, though the two share space, tools, and a tolerance for heat that seems almost supernatural. The farrier is a compact, thick-armed man named Osric, with a beard the colour of burnt rope and forearms furred in soot. He wears a leather apron scarred by years of sparks. One side of his face always seems redder from the fire, as though the forge has marked him as one of its own. He looks up as you enter with the bay. "What's his complaint?" he asks. "Favouring the front near hoof," you say. "Since this morning." Osric nods once, already reaching for the horse's leg. "Bring him here, into the light." The bay steps inside with the deep suspicion horses reserve for places where metal glows and strange smells rise from the floor. His ears flick, his nostrils widen. You keep a hand at the cheek-piece, murmuring to him as you lead him onto the drier patch of packed earth near the trimming stand. The forge crackles to one side. Behind you, the other smith turns a bar at the anvil with steady blows, shaping something long and flat that will matter greatly to someone else, and not at all to you. Osric runs a palm down the bay's shoulder and leg, then lifts the hoof with practiced certainty. The horse yields because he recognizes the type of man who does not negotiate twice. Osric props the hoof between his knees and begins cleaning it with a hoof pick, scraping away packed mud, grit, and the dark mess gathered in the clefts. You crouch a little to watch. Up close, a hoof is its own strange architecture hard wall, frog, soul, the line where dirt hides trouble and trouble hides deeper trouble. Osric scrapes carefully, then pauses. "There," he says, "a small stone, lodged where it should not be." He prizes it free with the point of the pick. The bay flinches once, then exhales. Osric tests the hoof again with his thumb, presses near the spot, checks the edge of the shoe, then lowers the foot. "Lucky," he says. "No crack. He's tender, though. Shoe's loose at one nail. I'll reset it." That is both good news and more work, which is the usual medieval proportion. You lead the bay a little farther in while Osric gathers tools. Around you the smithy breathes like an animal. bellows sigh. Fire shifts, iron rings, water hisses in the quench tub. A leather strap creaks somewhere overhead. Near the door hangs an old horseshoe black with age, nailed above the lintel with the ends upward to keep the luck from spilling out, at least according to some. Others insist it should point downward so the luck pours over whoever passes beneath. No one can quite agree which way fortune prefers to travel, which may explain why so many people keep trying both. There are other signs of belief here too. A little cross cut into one beam, a twist of dried herbs tied near a peg, a bit of red thread looped around a tool handle. Practical men fill the smithy, yet none of them seem eager to test whether iron alone rules the place. Some swear forged iron keeps away evil things more surely than prayer whispered in a ditch. Some say spirits hate the smell of the forge. Some say they are drawn to it, because fire and metal belong to older powers than church bells. Those who tell the tale never fully agree, but even the most skeptical stable hand will touch iron before leading out a nervous horse in storm weather if he thinks no one is looking. Osric lifts the baize hoof again and sets to work removing the old shoe. First the clinches are raised, each bent nail point straightened with methodical taps. Then the pull-offs work carefully under the iron. There is a clean, controlled strength in the way he handles the foot. Nothing hurried, nothing wasted. The shoe comes free at last with a dry little shift that you feel more than hear. He examines the hoof, then trims away only what is needed with the knife and rasp. The smell changes as he works, earthy, dry, a little sharp. Hoof trimmings scatter at his boots. You realize, watching closely, how much of the stable depends on skills that sit just beyond it. A horse is brushed, fed, watered, led, and saddled by your world. But the feet, those dark, patient foundations, belong partly to this one. Hold him straight, Osric says. You do, hand firm on the halter, shoulder close to the bay's neck. The horse shifts once at a burst of sparks from the other side of the room, but settles when you speak to him. Easy now. Steady. There you are. Osric chooses a shoe from a rack near the forge, holds it to the hoof, grunts, rejects it, takes another. This one is close. He heats it briefly, and the iron glows dull red, then brighter at the edges. The forge light catches on his face and hands. He brings the hot shoe to the hoof for a momentary fitting. There is a sharp hiss, a breath of smoke, that unmistakable burnt smell. The bay jerks, startled more by sound and scent than pain, and you steady him at once. That'll not hurt him, Osric says, more to the horse than to you. Just lets me see. This is one of those moments that seems alarming until you've seen it done properly. The hot fit marks the hoof where the shoe meets it, showing high points, unevenness, places needing correction. It is craft by scorch line. Medieval life has a way of making alarming things sound perfectly ordinary once someone competent is doing them. The shoe goes back to the anvil. Osric shapes it with quick, sure blows, each strike exact. Hammer, turn, sparks spit. The ring of iron on iron fills the smithy so completely that for a few breaths it seems like the only true sound in the world. Outside, the dripping eaves and muttering yard fade to nothing. There is a rhythm here unlike the stable. The stable moves in breath, steps, and repeated chores. The smithy moves in impact, heat, strike, quench, test. Its order is sharper, more absolute. Nothing softens in it except metal made willing by fire. The other smith pauses long enough to wipe his forehead with the back of a blackened wrist. Road wheel from the lower lane, he says to no one in particular, jerking his chin toward the half-mended rim by the wall. So the broken cart from near the stream has found its ending here. or at least the beginning of one. Everything returns somewhere. Osric cools the shoe just enough, then fits it again, satisfied this time. He nails it on with a sequence of blows that make your own fingers curl in sympathy. Each nail passes through hoof wall, not flesh, emerging where it should. He bends the points, cuts, clinches, rasps the edges smooth. The whole process looks brutal until you understand it is exact. Then it looks almost gentle in its certainty. When the hoof lowers again, the bay sets weight on it more fully. "There," says Osric, "walk him." You lead the horse in a small circle through the smithy yard outside. The mud sucks at your boots, but the bay places that near fore more honestly now. Not perfect, perhaps, but easier. Relief shows in small changes: the way a neck loosens, the way a stride resumes its natural length. You feel oddly pleased, as if your own foot has been mended. Osric comes to the doorway, wiping his hands on his apron. Keep him out of hard turning till morning. Check the hoof clean tonight. If he goes warm at the pastern, fetch me. You nod. Instructions from a farrier have weight because they concern pain, and pain concerns everyone. While he notes something to the smith about another set of shoes, you linger at the edge of the doorway with the bay. The heat from within still reaches you. Rainwater drips from the roof edge just beyond. Across the yard, servants pass carrying wood, a barrel hoop, a basket of onions. The castle goes on, but here the forge has its own time. A small boy from the kitchen appears with the dented pot and waits for the smith's wife to come from the back room. He stares at the glowing iron with naked awe. Most children do. Fire feels like magic until Labour explains it. Even after that, some part of it still is. On a peg by the interior wall hangs what looks like an old wolf tooth tied with twine. You nod toward it before you can stop yourself. What's that for? Osric follows your glance and gives half a smile. For fools. You must look unconvinced, because he adds, "A carter from the north left it. Said it keeps nails from working loose and charms off the horses. I told him if the nails work loose, it's because someone did poor work. But I left the tooth. Why?" He shrugs. "Costs nothing to let luck sit by the tools." There it is again, that steady medieval compromise. Mock the charm. Leave it where it hangs. Hammer the shoe properly anyway. Some swear iron driven on a Thursday lasts longer. Some will not shoe a horse under a waning moon. Some spit lightly before driving the first nail, not always from superstition alone, but because habit and hope have worn the same path for so long no one separates them anymore. Even now, it's hard to tell where craft ends and custom begins. In a place like this, they stand shoulder to shoulder. Osric disappears briefly into the back and returns with a small packet of something wrapped in linen. "Poultice herbs," he says, handing it to you. "For that groom who split his knuckle. If you pass the infirmary, comfrey and something bitter, tell him to stop opening cracks in himself. You take the packet and tuck it into your belt. Another errand added to the day, which is hardly a surprise now. Castles are like hedges in that respect. Once one thing catches on you, 3 more come along. Before you leave, the other smith draws a strip of iron from the coals and lays it on the anvil. The first blow falls, then another, and the sparks lift in a bright spray. For a moment the whole smithy becomes a cave of stars. The bay blinks. You smell hot scale, coal, and the faint tang of rain steaming from your own sleeve where the forge heat reaches it. You think, not for the first time, how near all this lies to the stable and how different it feels. There, labour is warmth, manure, hay, breath, soft noses, damp straw, the heavy patience of animals. Here, labour is edge, fire, impact, smoke, and the hard truth that horses stand on 4 small kingdoms of horn that can ruin everything if neglected. Both worlds smell strong. Both worlds demand attention. Both keep the castle moving in ways the hall scarcely notices. You lead the bay back across the yard, and the evening chill begins reclaiming the air now that the forge is behind you. The horse walks better, not floating, not transformed into legend, just sounder, easier. That is enough. Most good things in this life are simply trouble becoming manageable again. At the stable door, Piers looks up. Well, stone under the hoof. Shoe reset. Piers nods toward the bay's feet. I told you it was a stone. You said stone or bruise. I was keeping my options saintly. Inside. The stable receives you with its familiar dimness and layered smells. The day is edging toward dusk now. The light at the doorway has gone from pewter to something bluer and thinner. A horse in the rear stalls knocks a bucket gently with one hoof. The old mare snorts in her sleep. Somewhere above, the rafters creak as the damp cold settles into the roof. You lead the bay back to his stall, check the new shoe once more, and run a hand down the leg as Osric did. Solid. Cool enough. No protest from the horse beyond a brief flick of the ear. You give him hay and watch him lower his head to it with that immediate practical gratitude horses always have for food. Then you take the linen packet to the infirmary corner on your way to fetch more straw, because one task now always seems to brush another. The infirmary woman accepts it with a nod and says, "From Osric Good. He trusts herbs only slightly less than he trusts people." That seems accurate. When you return again through the yard, the smithy is still ringing. The forge glows against the darkening service court like a captured ember. Rainwater drips from the roof edge in silver lines. The old horseshoe above the lintel hangs black and quiet, still keeping luck in or pouring it out, depending on whose grandmother told the story. And you, with the smell of smoke still in your clothes and the image of sparks bright behind your eyes, step back into the stable, understanding a little more clearly how this world holds together not by banners and feasts alone, but by fire, iron, hoof, hand, and the endless patient labour of people who know that a single loose shoe can make a noble horse stumble, a cart fail, a journey halt, a day go sour. So the farrier hammers, the stable boy watches, the horse stands, the castle endures. When you come back from the farrier's corner, the day has begun its slow turn toward evening, though winter makes the change feel less like a turn and more like a dimming of whatever pale mercy the sky had briefly offered. The rain has stopped, but its memory remains on every surface. The yard stones shine darkly. Water still drips from the eaves in patient intervals. The air smells of wet ash, horse, and the kind of cold that seems to gather itself for a longer night ahead. Inside the stable, the light is already thinning. The doorway holds a wash of grey-blue, while the deeper rows of stalls soften into shadow, broken by the pale glint of an eye here, the shine of a brass buckle there, the slow movement of a head over hay. It is a quieter hour, if not a truly quiet one. The training yard is mostly done. The roads are less busy after the rain. The worst of the day's outward bustle has begun folding back inward, and as it does, the stable turns once more from a place of departure into a place of return. This is feeding time's long approach, and with it comes a different kind of work. Hamo, whose ability to remain upright through endless weather and endless chores gives him the air of a minor stone monument, stands by the grain bin checking a scoop with the seriousness of a man dividing treasure. Not too much for the chestnut, he says without looking up. She'd founder on greed if we let her. More hay for the dray horse, and mind the old grey's mash later. This is the language of evening in a stable, not poetry, not reflection, but portions. You take up the scoop and sack and begin. The horses know this hour. You can feel the knowledge moving along the row before the first feed even hits a manger. Heads lift, ears come forward, hooves shift against the freshening straw. One gelding gives a low, hopeful nicker. Another bangs his bucket once in what may be impatience, or may simply be the universal horse argument that food should always have arrived 2 moments earlier than it did. You start with the bay from the farrier, measuring out his grain with a little extra care, remembering Osric's instructions and Hamo's caution together. The grain rattles into the wooden manger with a dry, irresistible sound. The bay lowers his head at once, and the stable fills, slowly and then all at once, with the music of eating. It is not elegant, it is not varied, but there is comfort in its steadiness. Teeth on oats, hay pulled through slats, buckets nudged, breathing slow and warm between mouthfuls. You move down the line, scoop by scoop. Each horse has its portion, each portion has a rule. The chestnut gets less grain than she thinks justice requires. The old mare gets her mash later, warm if possible. The bigger cart horses receive more hay, piled high where they can work at it slowly. One of the younger riding horses must be watched because he has a talent for flinging half his ration onto the floor and then looking wounded by the consequences. A stable boy comes to know these habits the way a cook knows her pots, or a scribe knows the feel of his favourite pen, by repetition, by irritation, by affection sneaking in through attention. Piers is with you now, carrying hay from the loft and dropping it in great fragrant armfuls into the mangers. Dry hay has a sweetness that almost redeems the whole day. Even after rain, even after mud, even after hours of leather and damp wool, that clean stored smell of summer fields hidden in winter feels like a secret. Dust rises around him in the lantern light. You look as though the forge bit you, he says, glancing at your sleeve, which still carries a smear of soot. Only by conversation, that's how it starts. You snort softly and go on measuring grain. Outside, somewhere beyond the stable wall, a cart rolls over the wet yard with a long wooden groan. Voices pass, more tired now than brisk. A door thumps shut. Farther away, from the direction of the manor offices or perhaps the lower court, comes the sound of argument carried thinly on the damp air. Not dramatic shouting, just that steady, sour murmur by which adults move grain, taxes, blame, and weather between one another. This is the hour when rumour travels best. It arrives first in the form of a drover from the outer lane, who stops at the stable door only long enough to warm his hands by the brazier and pass on the news that the market down by the lower road has been half washed into mud and bad temper. A toll collector lost a boot. Someone's geese escaped. A cloth merchant swore at the sky in such detail a priest crossed himself on hearing it. The reeve, apparently, was seen near the grain stalls counting sacks with the expression of a man evaluating original sin. Market's a bog, the drover says, accepting a cup of small ale from Piers with the gratitude of the nearly frozen. But folk still turn up. They always do. Of course they do. Medieval life continues by stubbornness more often than by comfort. Once he's gone. Another scrap of news comes in with a kitchen servant sent to ask whether the dray horse can be made ready at dawn tomorrow for a run toward the village mill. Then a porter says someone from the manor court mentioned boundary trouble near the stream. That catches your ear at once, because you were there and saw the leaning markers. A clerk in a dark cloak follows not long after, wanting to know whether the old palfrey is sound enough for a short journey if the roads hold. Hamo answers all this with grunts, nods, and the occasional short sentence, but the shape of the wider world begins to gather in the stable air. Trade? Tolls, roads, boundaries, grain, carts, market quarrels. None of it seems, at first glance, to belong to horsework, yet every piece of it does. You carry another armful of hay and think about the market beyond the lower road. You've been there only a few times, always on stable errands, never freely. Even then it made an impression, stalls under patched cloth awnings, turnips and onions heaped in baskets, smoked fish laid out on boards, ale casks rolled through muck, peddlers holding up bits of ribbon or pilgrim badges or small combs, as though such treasures might improve anyone's weather. There are tolls to be paid at gates, rights to be argued, measures to be checked, goods to be weighed, words to be regretted, and always beneath it all the movement of animals, horses, mules, cart oxen, a bewildered pig if the day is unlucky. Some swear a market day reveals the truth of a district better than any feast or court session. Others say it reveals only who lies most cheerfully over grain and cheese. No one can quite agree whether trade makes neighbours friendlier or merely more inventive in dispute, but it certainly keeps everyone in motion. The stable is knotted into all of that. The dray horse must haul barrels because ale must reach the hall and the lower kitchen alike. The pack mare must go out because grain or salt or wool or some other necessity waits beyond the walls. Riding horses carry officials, reeves, messages, inspections, complaints. A nobleman may think his horse exists to display rank, and perhaps in part it does, but the household knows better. Horses are roads with legs, markets, mills, toll gates, harvests. Even gossip itself all ride partly on their backs. As the evening feed continues, these thoughts settle around you as naturally as straw dust on your sleeves. You are no scholar, no clerk bent over accounts, and yet the shape of the day has shown you enough. The castle does not float above the land. It is tied to it by ruts, hooves, sacks, wheels, debts, repairs, and regular meals no one notices until they fail to appear. The rough-coated dog wanders in again just as Piers drops a small forkful of hay and watches it slide from his grip into the aisle. "Ah," says Piers, "a noble rescue." The dog sniffs the hay, sneezes, and then stations himself by the feed-room in a pose suggesting deep involvement in grain policy. He is, as ever, entirely useless and oddly reassuring. Castles run more smoothly when one creature in them has no ambition whatsoever. You take a measure of oats to the old grey gelding, who has spent much of the afternoon in a state of elderly contemplation. His coat is duller than the younger horses, his eye softer, his patience nearly monastic. He waits until you settle the bucket properly before dipping his nose into it, as though bad manners are for animals with more years left to waste. There is something moving about old horses in evening light. They seem to hold time differently, not faster or slower, but with less surprise. Piers comes by carrying the warm mash for him at last, steam rising from the bucket in fragrant curls of oats and bran. The old grey brightens immediately. "There," says Piers, "one more miracle of the age." Warm mash on a cold, damp evening does feel very close to miracle. The horse eats with soft, eager sounds, and the steam drifts upward into the dimness beneath the rafters. Some swear mash on certain saints' days keeps old horses from taking chill in the joints. Others insist a spoonful of ale stirred through does more good than any blessing. A groom in another stable once told you his grandmother buried a crust of bread beneath the threshold at winter's start so the horses would never know hunger. Whether any of it works hardly matters in the telling. Such customs gather around care the way moss gathers in cracks. Wherever people are responsible for creatures they love and depend on, small rituals bloom. Hamo sends you briefly out to the edge of the yard with the lantern to meet a man coming in from the lower road. It is not the awaited rider from the north yet, only a carter half soaked and smelling of wet wool, bearing a message that the market tollman wants the stable's mule team sent early next week if the roads mend. He says the lower bridge is passable but ugly, which describes most things after rain. You carry the news back in, and Hamo answers with another grunt that could mean nearly anything from agreement to indigestion. As you hang the lantern back on its peg, you think again of the market and manor rumours drifting through the evening. Manor courts, you have heard, can quarrel for hours over grazing rights, damaged hedges, pigs in wrong fields, and whose ditch has insulted whose boundary. None of it sounds glorious, and yet it is the skeleton of life. People need roads, fields, tolls, carts, and horses to stay in their right relation, or else every simple act becomes difficult at once. And when things go wrong, the stable hears of it quickly. A broken cartwheel means a horse delayed. A washed-out lane means a beast comes back late and tired. A quarrel at market means an official rides out in the morning. A poor harvest means every scoop of oats is watched by 3 pairs of suspicious eyes. Even the saints' feasts alter stable rhythm, because journeys change, loads change, tempers change. Horses stand at the point where all these small worldly troubles become physical. You finish the last of the hay and sweep the spilled grain from the aisle before the mice can treat it as a festival. The lanterns have been lit now, 2 in the stable aisle and 1 near the tack room, their light gold and unsteady against the thickening dusk. Shadows stretch long under the stall partitions. The horses' bodies seem larger in lantern light, warmer too, as though the dark beyond their flanks were colder by contrast. The chewing goes on, the breathing goes on. It is one of the gentlest noises in the world once you're tired enough. Piers sits for 1 forbidden half-minute on an overturned bucket, rubbing the back of his neck. If I ever own a market stall, he says, it will sell only dry socks and silence. Silence would fetch more, you say. That is because no one has enough of it. For a moment the 2 of you stand in companionable stillness, listening to the horses eat and the damp evening settle around the stable boards. Then Hamo clears his throat from the tackroom doorway, which functions well enough as a sermon against idleness, and you rise without debate. There is still more to do. There is always more to do. The dray harness must be checked before dawn's likely journey. The bay's hoof should be looked at once more for heat. The blankets need turning where the damp has lingered longest. A bucket has to be scrubbed because the old mare, in her enthusiasm for mash, has managed to decorate the side stall with part of her supper. The centre aisle must be raked smooth again. Little things, all of them. Little things are what most days are made of. As you work through them, the rumours of markets and manor business continue to echo faintly in your thoughts. It is a curious feeling to understand that you are near the bottom of a great household, and yet still near one of its hinges. The stable does not decide tolls, settle disputes, or count rents, but it enables the people who do. Without horses fit to go, officials stay put, goods remain stacked, messages wait, and trouble ripens undisturbed. So when Hamo checks the harness collar by lantern light and mutters that the stitching on one strap will not do for the mill road, you see in that mutter not merely fussiness, but the first prevention of tomorrow's complaint. You hand him the better strap, and he nods once. Outside, the yard grows darker. A final wash of cold blue clings to the top of the walls. The first true breath of night moves through the wet air. Somewhere far off, perhaps from the village side, perhaps from a distant chapel, a bell sounds thin and low. Inside, the stable glows softly. Horses lower their heads to feed. Hay rustles. Leather creaks. The dog curls tighter against the tack room threshold, guarding nothing except his own comfort. And you, moving from stall to stall in the warm dimness, begin to understand how this humble evening labour ties not just to the comfort of beasts, but to the whole restless world beyond the gate to markets in the mud, tolls at the bridge, carts on the lane, manor arguments over hedges and stream markers, and every journey that must begin tomorrow with an animal properly fed tonight. Dust does not fall cleanly in a castle stable, it seeps. One moment the last of the yard is still visible through the open door in a wash of cold blue-grey, all wet stone and dimming sky. The next, the walls outside have gone black at their edges, the puddles no longer shine, and the world beyond the threshold seems to have stepped back from you entirely. Inside, lantern light takes over by degrees. One lamp near the tack room, another hung farther down the aisle, a candle stub guttering in a niche by the side stalls. Their light is not strong enough to conquer the dark. It merely persuades a few corners to surrender for a while. This is when you might think the stable day is finally done. The horses are fed, the hay is laid in, the tack has been dried and checked, the worst of the rain has passed. Outside, the castle is turning inward, the upper hall toward supper, the kitchens toward evening labour, the chapel toward its prayers and shadows. A sane person might imagine that all creatures now go gratefully to rest. But stable work has never been arranged by sane people. It simply changes shape. The first sign is the sound of hooves in the yard after the gate should have grown quiet. Not many, just one horse at a trot, slowing hard on wet stone. Then voices, a call at the outer court, the clatter of iron on the gate chain. The horse in the rear stall lifts its head. The bay from the farrier flicks one ear. Even the dog, sprawled in his usual patch of dry privilege, raises his muzzle and listens. Hamo does not look surprised. He only exhales through his nose and says, "There it is." It seems there is always a "there it is" in the evening. A man from the gatehouse appears at the stable door, cloaked, damp at the hem, breath showing faintly in the colder air beyond the lantern light. "Rider from the North Road," he says. "One horse. Tired. Of course it is the horse that matters first." Hamo nods once and turns to you and peers. Extra stall, blanket, warm water if there's any left. Move. So you move. The stall you prepared earlier for a late return now seems a very clever piece of foresight rather than simply another task you resented at the time. The straw lies thick and pale against the dim boards. You bring the wool blanket from the peg and shake it out. Dust and a little straw rise into the lantern glow. Piers fetches the bucket that was set near the tack room hearth. Not hot now, but less bitter cold than well water. Hamo checks the latch, the halter hook, the rail where tack can hang if the rider insists on handing it off like a prince. Then the rider comes in. Not a nobleman, not one of the young squires, just a household messenger or minor man-at-arms by the look of him, wrapped in a cloak darkened by road damp, boots muddied to the calf, shoulders stooped with that very specific exhaustion that belongs to a person who has kept going because stopping would only delay arrival. His horse tells the story better, a compact brown gelding, road spattered from chest to belly, mane damp, head lower than it was meant to be, not lamed, not blown, just tired in a way that reaches the eyes. You take the reins at once while the rider dismounts stiffly and mutters thanks to no one in particular. The horse smells of wet road, leather, and the long effort of travel. The bit is crusted lightly with foam. The girth is damp. One flank carries a splash of pale mud thrown up from a puddle somewhere miles back. He has done his work and knows it. "You'll not water him cold," says Hamo quietly to you before you can reach for the full bucket. You would not have, but the reminder belongs to the ritual. Walk first. Let the breath settle. Strip the tack. Rub him down. Then small water, not greedily. Stable work is full of these unspoken commandments, and night work clings to them more fiercely because mistakes made at day's end have a way of growing in the dark. So you lead the tired gelding in a slow turn about the aisle before the saddle comes off, just enough for the stiffness to ease. The horse walks willingly, though his steps are deliberate. The rider, now standing by the tackroom door and trying to work feeling back into his hands, says he came down the north track by the ridge and then the lower road, where the ruts near the mill are half drowned and worse after sunset. There was fog in the hollows. One cart mired axle deep. A woman at a roadside croft swore the weather would clear by morning because her hens had turned thrice before roosting. Piers, loosening the girth, murmurs. Then all is well. We consult the hens now. The rider gives the tired little grin of a man too weary to defend village prophecy. They've been right before. Some swear hens, geese, cats, and horses all know weather earlier than priests or reeves. Others say country folk notice animals because it is easier than admitting clouds can do as they please. No one can quite agree whether such signs are wisdom or boredom dressed up for company. Still, when roads are dark and the sky uncertain, people carry odd knowledge like spare tinder. You do not laugh at it too loudly. You strip the tack with practised hands, bridle off, saddle lifted, cloth peeled away damp from the back. The horse lowers his head another inch as though relieved by the subtraction of burden. You and Piers rub him down hard with dry straw and cloth, working warmth back into the skin, lifting sweat and rain together. Mud flakes. Damp darkens the straw in your hands. The horse sighs once, low and long, which is as close to gratitude as many creatures manage. The rider has business still, a message to deliver, no doubt, though that belongs to halls, guards, clerks, and whoever sleeps less than they deserve. He leaves the tack in Hamo's care, mutters that he will return for it in the morning, and vanishes toward the inner court with the peculiar forward lean of a man being pulled along by duty after his body has requested a bench, and so the horse stays with you. That, too, is the truth of stable work. Riders arrive in noise and urgency, but the horses remain to be mended back toward comfort. Once the gelding is dry enough, you give him a little water, then pause, then a little more. He drinks with good sense, not desperate. Hamo approves by not speaking. You blanket him lightly and let him settle into the deep straw. Soon enough his mouth is in the hay as though the road has already become memory. Horses are practical that way. They do not revisit every puddle and inconvenience in speech the way people do. The interruption passes, and for perhaps 10 whole minutes you think the evening may now truly soften. Then another knock of hooves sounds in the yard. This time it is not a traveller from far off, only one of the men-at-arms returning late from some short duty near the lower lane. But his mount is wet at the knees and restless from standing too long in the chill after exercise. Then a porter appears to ask for a lantern because one in the side passage has gone out. Then a kitchen boy comes by looking for the dray harness Hamo promised would be ready at dawn. Then someone remembers the old grey's blanket has not been turned on the peg to dry more evenly. Night work, you discover, is not a second day. It is the unfinished edges of the first one coming back to collect themselves. The lanterns burn lower. You trim a wick with fingers that now feel made mostly of ache and habit. The flame steadies, grows, then leans when the door opens again. There is always a draft when the door opens, always a little thread of colder air curling over the floor, making the horses nearest it shift their weight and the candle stub gutter uneasily. The stable at this hour is a place of sounds more than sights, chewing in the dark, leather settling with little creaks as tack dries on pegs, hoof against wood now and then, a horse blowing softly through its nose, rainwater still dropping from the eaves outside in slower and slower intervals. Far off, from the kitchens or perhaps the servants' hall, comes a burst of laughter that dies quickly. A dog barks in the outer yard and is answered by another farther away. The castle is not asleep. It is simply tired in many rooms at once. You are tired in all of yours. Your shoulders have become heavy, not sharply painful anymore, just burdened as though someone has laid 2 sacks of grain across them and forgotten to remove them. Your fingers are stiff from wet and leather and cold iron. When you bend to lift a bucket, your back reminds you of every earlier bucket in a tone of patient accusation. Yet the work asks for the same carefulness as it did at dawn. Fatigue does not excuse a poor knot, a dirty bit left unwashed, a horse blanketed while still damp beneath. So you keep going. You scrape the worst of the mud from the late rider's saddle before it dries harder. You wipe down the bit and hang the bridle where the air from the brazier might reach it. You carry fresh water to the far stall where one horse has managed to nose its bucket half over and then behave as if disaster descended without warning. Piers rakes the aisle smooth again, grumbling softly at the straw dragged from stall to stall. Hamo checks the dray harness one final time for morning and, finding a buckle edge he dislikes, mends it himself rather than trust it to the dark. Some swear tools left untidied overnight invite bad luck, theft, or spirits depending on the tool and the grandmother consulted. Some say bridles should never be left on the floor after sunset, because any horse made to wear them next will lose its temper or its footing. Others insist that hanging a bit of yew above the stable door keeps nightmare spirits from riding the horses to sweat in the dark. Even now, it is hard to tell what belief means in such a place. But you notice that no one leaves the bridle on the floor. No one mocks the little sprig over the lintel enough to remove it. Night makes room for customs that daylight calls foolish. The dog, perhaps sensing the mood, has abandoned all pretense of dignity and fallen deeply asleep beside the tack-room threshold, snoring in little bursts. It is an impressive confidence. If you slept like that in the stable at this hour, Hamo would likely sweep around you out of pure disdain and let you wake into unemployment. Outside, the wind shifts. It brings a smell of colder air, cleaner than rain, sharper, maybe a clearing night, maybe frost by dawn, maybe just one more inconvenience arranging itself in the dark. The rider from the north still has not returned for any word about his horse, and you suspect he's found a bench, a cup, and perhaps a reason not to leave them soon. Hamo sends you once more to the side door with a lantern to look toward the gatehouse passage, not because anyone is expected now, exactly, but because castles distrust certainty after dark. You stand under the overhang, lantern casting a weak amber puddle at your feet, and look out across the wet yard. The walls loom. The gatehouse arches shadow and pale mist. A guard passes above on the wall walk, spear butt clicking once on stone. Somewhere beyond the walls a fox cries thinly, or perhaps only a dog in a field. The sound makes the horses behind you stir. Then the chapel bell sounds the evening office, low and measured, floating across the damp darkness. Its tone enters the stable strangely at night. By day, bells divide time among many tasks. Now they seem to pass over the roofs like a hand smoothing restless thoughts. The chewing in the stalls goes on. The late traveller's gelding shifts and settles deeper into straw. The bay from the farrier rests one hind leg. The old mare lifts her head as if listening to the bell, then returns to her hay with the same conclusion she reaches on most matters. Eating is safer than mystery. You go back inside. The final work gathers itself. Blankets checked, latches tested, buckets set right, lanterns moved where they will burn safely. The aisle swept one last time, though not perfectly because perfection has gone to bed already. Hamo walks the row slowly, hand on stall boards now and then, eye measuring shadow and movement. Piers hangs the last cloth. You tuck a loose edge of straw back from the aisle with your boot. Small acts, tiny securities against the dark. At one stall, a younger horse lifts its head too high and watches the passage with an eye too bright. What is it? Piers asks softly. Nothing visible answers. A draught, perhaps. A mouse. A memory in the timbers. Horses at night make even practical men listen differently. The horse blows once, then relaxes, Hamo mutters, more sense than some Christians, and keeps walking. No one laughs this time, though the line is worth it. Night is less friendly to laughter in stables. Sound carries strangely. Everything feels nearer to legend than it did in daylight. The rafters higher, the corners darker, the little saint's badge by the door more watchful. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether horses truly see what men cannot after sundown. But no one enjoys being the one creature in the building pretending absolute certainty. Eventually the work does reach a kind of end, though not the clean ending of a closed book. More like a knot drawn tight enough to hold till morning. The horses are settled. The unexpected arrivals have been managed. The tack is hung. The harness waits for dawn. The stable breathes in its slow, warm rhythm beneath the rafters. Outside, the castle dims room by room. You stand for a moment near the centre aisle with broom in hand and realise that the day has not so much finished as thinned. Labour still exists. A horse may kick a bucket at midnight. A rider may return later than all decency allows. Frost may seize the well rope before dawn, but for now, for this brief span, the night has been persuaded into order. And that is the truth of stable work after sunset. It never truly ends. It only lowers its voice. Once the stable lowers its voice, you begin to hear the smaller things. Not the obvious sounds anymore, the clatter of tack, the scrape of buckets, the sharp command thrown across a yard, but the quieter life beneath them. A horse grinding hay between its teeth with patient determination. The slow drip from a roof beam still remembering the rain. A hoof shifting in straw. The soft leather creak of a halter rope taking weight and letting it go again. The dog's faint snore from his chosen kingdom beside the tackroom threshold. In the spaces between, the stable seems almost to listen to itself. Night changes the whole place. By lantern light, the stalls no longer form a tidy row of tasks but a procession of dim compartments, each with its own warm breath and shadow. The rafters vanish upward into soot and darkness, more guessed than seen. The boards of the side walls, weathered and warped by years of damp winters and hot summers, hold the light in streaks and leave the corners black. A horse's eye catches amber for a heartbeat, then is only darkness again. Hay smells sweeter at night, leather sharper, old wood deeper, almost bitter. Even the warm animal air feels different after the last of the yard noise dies away. It presses close, intimate, a little sleepy, a little secretive. You are tired enough now that everything has begun to take on the soft edges of a dream. though the weight in your shoulders remains stubbornly practical. Piers is folding the last dried cloth with the solemn concentration of a man performing holy rites over a very ordinary rectangle. Hamo, who has somehow outlived both weather and common mercy, has finally stopped moving long enough to lean one hand on the tackroom doorframe and inspect the stable row as though daring anything to go wrong under his gaze. For a little while, nothing does. This is when stories begin. Not because anyone announces them. No one ever says, "Now let us sit and tell tales," as though the stable were a hall at Yuletide and not a long low building full of horses who would rather sleep. The stories come because the work has thinned. The lantern light is low, the dark has gathered in the corners, and tired people have always preferred old tales to silence when silence starts sounding too deep. Piers begins it, naturally. He's leaning over the chest by the tackroom, rubbing his hands near the brazier with the air of someone approaching wisdom, only because sleep has not yet arrived. "Did I ever tell you," he says, "about the mare on the Pilgrim Road?" Hamo grunts. This might mean no. Yes. I heard it better the first time, or stop talking. Piers chooses the most encouraging interpretation because that is what storytellers do. You did not, you say, because in the stable at night one accepts these gifts where they come. Piers nods once, as though this confirms an ancient obligation. There was a grey mare down near St. Wolfram's Road this before I came here, when my uncle worked in a priory stable. Good horse, they said, quiet, sure-footed, never bit, never kicked, never shied at thunder or wagons. But if a traveller came up that road with a lie in his mouth, she'd know what you ask. That it was a lie? This is offered with complete seriousness. Hamo rolls his eyes, but only toward the floor, which means the story may continue. Piers warms to his work. My uncle swore it, said she'd stand easy for a truthful man, but let someone come in smiling too much, claiming he'd paid a toll he never paid, or venerated a relic he'd never seen, or that he was bound for a shrine when really he was slipping off to a widow 2 villages over, and the mare would set her ears flat and refuse him, would not move for love, grain, or beating. That only proves she had judgment, says Hamo. You smile into your sleeve. The horses nearby continue chewing hay with no visible interest in questions of honesty. No one can quite agree whether she smelled fear or simply disliked sinners. Piers goes on, undeterred. But they say a bishop's clerk tried to buy her and couldn't get her over the priory gate. She planted herself in the mud and looked at him until he turned red as cinders. 2 days later it came out he'd been shaving coin from alms. Convenient memory, that, says Hamo. Stories improve in travel, that one improved past rescue. Still, he does not stop it. That is how tales survive in places like this, mocked just enough to keep them lively, believed just enough to keep them alive. You glance toward the horses in their stalls. The old grey gelding lifts his head from the hay and blinks slowly in the lantern light, the picture of patient innocence. The younger chestnut nearest the aisle flicks one ear toward your voices. In the dimness it is easy to imagine all manner of knowledge in those eyes. Some swear horses see a person's soul more clearly than priests do. Some swear they can smell death a day off or hear a ghost before the dog ever stirs. Others say men tell such stories because it comforts them to think at least one creature in a miserable world knows more than they do. Even now, it is hard to tell which explanation is kinder. Piers is not finished. There was another one, he says, lowering his voice slightly, which immediately improves the quality of the room. A black gelding in my mother's village, best animal for the road for 20 miles around. But no one would stable him beside a red-haired man after dark. Hamo makes a sound halfway between a snort and a laugh, Now it becomes nonsense. It was already nonsense, says Piers. That is the charm. You lean against the stall post, broom in one hand, too tired to object and too awake to miss a word. Outside, the wind touches the stable wall once, then passes on. Why not red-haired men, you ask? Piers shrugs grandly. Some said it stirred the horse. Some said red men carried too much fire in them, and horses hate competition. My grandmother said it went back to a saint whose cart overturned in a lightning storm, and the devil hid in the mane of the horse nearest the ditch. No one tells it the same. But old Jory, he had hair like rust on a plough, wouldn't go near that stable after sunset for 20 years. Swore the gelding looked through him. Most people look through Jory, says Hamo. It saves time. You laugh softly, and this time even Hamo's mouth twitches. The stories drift on from there, one sliding into the next without much concern for logic. A groom Piers once knew who found a pilgrim badge tied into a horse's mane after a storm and insisted no human hand had put it there. A cart mare that would not cross one particular ford on Saints' Eves and was found right 3 times when the current rose after midnight. A white horse seen near an abbey lane with no rider and no tracks, though that one may have been moonlight, ale, or both. Then Hamo, who has mocked steadily through all of it, says, "There was a harness collar once in my father's yard stitched with a bit of funeral cloth. Piers straightens. You never told that one. I never saw cause. Yet now he does." The stable seems to grow stiller around his voice. Or perhaps you simply pay more attention because Hamo never wastes words if he can make silence do the labour instead. Carters used to do it in places. He says, rarely. Cut a thread from the shroud of someone who died easy and stitch it in where no one could see. Thought it kept panic off the horse and bad chance off the road. My father found one in an old collar that had come with a farm team. Said he nearly burned the thing until my grandmother boxed his ears and told him not to insult the dead when they were being useful. Piers lets out a delighted breath. That is excellent. That's foolish, says Hamo, but he says it too late. The tale has already taken hold. No one can quite agree whether the dead prefer to be left alone or invited quietly into practical matters. Medieval people, from everything you see and hear, seem unwilling to choose one answer and risk offending the other possibility. So there are relics in chapels, names whispered at bedsides, scraps of saints' cloth sewn into pouches, little prayers muttered while tightening girths before a dangerous road. Reverence and superstition live next door to one another and share tools often enough that no one bothers separating them. The stable receives these tales well. It is the right sort of place for them. Warm enough that shadows feel inhabited. Dim enough that a horse's sudden movement can make your heart step wrong. Ordinary enough that legend seems almost embarrassed to be there, which only makes it more believable. The dog lifts his head once, blinking blearily, and stares toward the far end of the stable where the late traveller's gelding stands dozing in the extra stall. For a moment no one speaks. Then the dog sneezes, circles twice, and lies back down. There, says Hamo, a vision, or the smell of Piers' boots, you say. Piers looks wounded. My boots are innocent. Of cleaning, perhaps. This gets another small laugh, the kind that does not disturb the horses, the kind tired men can manage without committing themselves emotionally. The lantern near the middle aisle flickers lower, and you go to trim it, fingers working by habit now. The wick curls black at the end, the little flame brightens when you set it right, and the stable reshapes itself around that bit of increased gold. The late traveller's tack hangs dry enough by now. The dray harness waits for dawn. The old mare has settled with one hip dropped, chin low, breathing deeply through her nose. The bay from the farrier stands square and easier on the mended hoof. It is comforting to see small troubles eased before sleep. In a world with so many larger ones, a sound hoof and a fed horse feel like proper victories. Piers has moved on to curse tack now, because of course he has. There was a bridle in the Lord of Witchmere's stable, he says, that no horse would wear twice. Hamo sighs. No, there was not. There was according to a man who swore it on relics. A man can swear nonsense on relics. Relics are not improved by it. But Piers presses on. The bridle, apparently, had belonged to a rider thrown and killed near a marsh. After that, every horse bridled with it would shy before dawn, foam in the mouth by noon, or come home lame by eventide. Finally a priest was called, who sprinkled holy water on the tack chest, said 3 prayers, and advised burning the thing. The stablemaster instead sold it to a merchant from elsewhere, which tells you all you need to know about stablemasters, says Hamo. Did the merchant suffer, you ask? Piers spreads his hands. Those who tell the tale never fully agree. In one version he prospers. In another he is found waist-deep in a bog arguing with a mule. In a third, the bridle turns up years later hanging in a chapel by mistake. This is, frankly, an excellent collection of outcomes. You find yourself looking toward the tackroom pegs with slightly more care than before, though you know perfectly well that the most dangerous thing hanging there is probably the ordinary old girth with the suspect buckle. Stories do this. They do not ask permission. They simply lean over the edge of practical life and cast a little shadow on it. From beyond the stable comes the faint sound of footsteps in the yard, then the scrape of someone pausing at the door. It is only the rider from the north returning at last for a word about his gelding. Face warmer now, eyes a little less hollow. Hamo tells him the horse is fed, watered, rubbed down, and sound enough to stand, though best left quiet till morning. The rider thanks him, and this time he thanks you too, glancing at the extra stall where the gelding stands half asleep. A good beast, he says softly. It is one of the first truly gentle things anyone has said all day, and it lingers in the stable after he leaves, not because it is rare for people to care for horses, but because they so often express that care through commands, checks, and criticism rather than simple admission. Piers watches the rider go and says, "A man speaks kinder to a horse at night than to most Christians by noon." That is because the horse has earned it, says Hamo. Again, unanswerably true. The stories fade after that into fragments. A mention of a pilgrim road where bells were heard without a chapel in sight. A tale of a stable fire started, according to one version, by a lantern, and according to another by spiteful sprites attracted to spilled oats. Someone's aunt with a cure for colic involving vinegar, rosemary, and a psalm said backward, though no one can recall which psalm, and Hamo claims that alone proves fraud. Yet beneath the humour and the drifting invention there is something steady in all of it, a way of making the dark feel companionable, a way of placing the stable, with its straw and smell and saw-backed workers, inside a wider medieval world where roads hold legends, saints intervene selectively, charms hang beside bridles, and even the humblest labour brushes now and then against mystery. You stand there in the lantern light, listening, with your hands still rough from leather and wet, and feel the whole day settle on you differently, not only as exhaustion, though that remains considerable, but as belonging. You have hauled, scraped, rubbed down, fed, carried messages, crossed the yard, stepped beyond the gate, visited the forge, and now stand among these men and these horses while old stories drift through the warm, dim air. The stable has stopped feeling like a place you enter and begun to feel like a place that has folded around you. At last Hamo straightens from the doorway and says, "Enough. Either sleep or shut up, the lot of you. This is not unkind. It is, in fact, the nearest he comes to blessing a night." Piers bows his head with exaggerated submission. The age of storytelling ends in tyranny. The age of storytelling ends because dawn exists, says Hamo. That silences everyone better than any argument. You move once more down the aisle, checking latches by touch, looking into each stall, making sure every head is where it should be, and every bucket upright enough to survive till morning. The lantern light rocks faintly. The dog sighs in his sleep. From somewhere high above, the rafters answer the night wind with a soft old creak. And though the stable is dim and full of shadows, though the tales have left little traces of wonder or unease in the corners, nothing here feels threatening now, only hushed, only ancient in the small way of places used hard and daily. A world of hay, leather, hoof, breath, saint badges, half-mocked charms, and stories gentle enough to carry tired people over the last bridge of waking. By the time the stories fall quiet, the stable has entered that deepest stretch of the evening when even the lantern flames seem to breathe more slowly. Nothing is fully still. A place with horses never is. But the motion has softened into the small honest shifts of creatures settling into the night. A hoof slides half an inch in straw. A halter rope gives a faint creak and then relaxes. Hay rustles where some patient mouth continues its quiet work. Breath warms the dim air in long invisible waves. The dog by the tack room has curled himself so completely into his own ribs that he now resembles a rather disreputable bundle of fur left by accident after market day. The castle beyond the stable is quieted too, not to silence, never that, but to distance. The hall is somewhere else now, muffled behind a stone and timber and rank. The kitchens are a fading memory of heat. Even the yard sounds farther away, as though the night has drawn a thicker curtain over wet ground and old walls. Once or twice you hear a guard step along the wall walk. Once a door shuts somewhere in the lower court. Once, far off, someone laughs and the sound is swallowed almost immediately by the dark. This is the hour when the cold begins gathering itself again. All day the stable has held warmth, and still does, but the edges of it are changing. Near the big doors the air has sharpened. The boards along the outer wall feel colder to the touch. Damp that softened under the afternoon rain now threatens to turn sly and biting as the temperature sinks. You can feel it in your knuckles before you say anything. Winter does not rush. It returns carefully, claiming things one surface at a time. Hamo notices it too, of course. Turn the blankets, he says, and check the south wall stalls. Draft comes through there when the wind shifts. So you do. This is not glamorous work, which of course means it is necessary. You move from stall to stall with Piers, checking the heavier blankets hung on pegs or folded over rails, lifting, shaking, and turning them so any lingering damp faces the warmer side of the aisle rather than the colder wool. Wool has its own smell in these hours earthy, faintly oily, touched by smoke and long use. A good blanket matters more than many people above stairs understand. It is not decoration. It is mercy made practical. You begin with the old grey, who has already half folded himself into sleep, head low and lower lip looking dangerously philosophical. His blanket sits a little crooked across the back, one edge threatening to slip. You ease it straight, tucking the chest fastening better and smoothing the wool along the shoulder. The horse opens one eye, decides you're not bringing food, and accepts the service without enthusiasm. There, you murmur, a prince again. Piers snorts softly. a prince with breath like boiled turnips. The old grey does not rise to the insult. Age has spared him many vanities. Farther down the row, the late traveller's gelding is tucked into the extra stall, neck lowered over a good bank of straw, looking warmer already than when he came in. You run a hand beneath the edge of his blanket to test the coat. Dry enough. Warm but not sweating. That balance matters. Too much covering and a horse will dampen under its own heat. Too little and chill settles into muscles already tired from road work. Stable labour at night becomes almost priestly in this way. Full of judgment calls made quietly beside breathing creatures who cannot explain themselves. You move on to the south wall stalls where Hamo warned the draft creeps in. He is right. He usually is. Annoyingly. Near the boards, the air has a faint thread of cold moving through it. Barely noticeable unless you stand still long enough. You do. Then you feel it against the back of your hand. There, says Hamo from behind you, appearing as he always does when one is about to confirm his opinion. Knew it. A narrow gap has opened where one of the outer boards has shrunk away from its neighbour. Not enough to trouble a man in passing, but enough to let a thin knife of winter air into the stall. In summer, no one would care. In deep cold, these little things add up. A horse standing against a draught all night may stiffen by dawn or simply grow miserable, and misery is a kind of illness if left long enough. Piers fetches a wad of old sacking. You wedge it into the gap from the inside while Hamo presses from the outer side, and then he adds a strip of leather over part of it as a temporary patch. Hold till morning, he says. Everything in a castle seems to hold till morning by either craftsmanship or prayer, often both. As you work the patch into place, the younger chestnut in the next stall turns her head and watches with bright interest, as though convinced you are improving the wall chiefly for her. Horses are not always vain, but some certainly believe household labour is a tribute to their comfort. She nibbles at the edge of your sleeve when you step too close. No, you tell her. This is not an edible repair. She remains open-minded on the question. The night deepens around these small tasks. One lantern is lowered slightly to save oil, which changes the stable at once. Shadows lengthen. The aisle seems narrower. Warm patches of light cling close to wood, leather, and wool, leaving the rafters and far corners to their own thoughts. In such light every ordinary object gains a little mystery. A hanging bridle becomes a dark looped face. A fork propped against the wall turns into a watchful shape until you come near enough to know it. It is easy to understand why people tell stories in stables and chapels and gatehouses after dark. Night makes believers out of outlines. Some swear horses hate a draught because spirits travel in cold air more easily. Others say a beast troubled at the wall is feeling the weather in its bones before men ever notice it. No one can quite agree whether animals fear what people cannot see, or simply what people fail to notice. Standing there with your fingers against the patch board and the chill licking faintly through the cracks beyond it, you see why arguments about such things never finish. The world is too full of half-felt presences, wind, cold, memory, worry for certainty to sit comfortably anywhere. Once the blankets are right and the draught patched, there remains the smaller matter of feed checks. Horses that ate too quickly, spilled too much, or left something untouched must be looked at again. You carry the lantern down the line while Piers follows with a little basket for gathered scraps. The chestnut mare, of course, has cleaned her ration with professional devotion and is currently investigating whether the wood grain of the manger contains hidden grain by miracle. The dray horse has left a little hay because even dray horses tire of chewing eventually. The old mare has scattered part of hers with the confident excess of age. You gather what can be saved, rake what must be trodden under, and check water again. A bucket has a skin of chill beginning at the edge already. More threat than ice, but enough to remind you how the night is turning. You break the thin surface with your fingers and regret it instantly. Piers sees your face. Comforting. Is it I understand now why rich men invent fireplaces? He nods gravely. The upper classes have many strange ideas. Some even own dry stockings. The joke lands because you're both tired enough for any mention of warmth to seem almost mythic. Hamo, passing with a bundle of old rushes to lay by the tackroom threshold where damp collects, says, "If you've breath for comedy, you've breath for work. This is not false." So you keep at it. A bit of old rush is shaken out where the floor near the door has grown slick. A loose latch is checked and set right. The little copper kettle by the brazier is refilled against Dawn's need. The dray harness, already inspected once, is hung a different way so the heavier straps will not crease overnight. You lay a hand on the bay's newly reset hoof again. Still cool enough, still easy, good. The horses themselves have fallen into a deeper quiet now. Not sleep exactly, at least not all at once, but that heavy resting state in which the whole stable seems to exhale together. The old grey has one hind leg cocked and head nearly to the chest. The late traveller's gelding dozes with the serenity of one who has been granted straw, hay, and release from road decisions. The younger horses remain more alert, ears shifting at every stray noise. Youth has less trust in night. This is when affection grows dangerous, because exhaustion softens everything. A horse's muzzle in the lantern light, velvet soft at the nose, the warm sound of chewing, the faint grassy sweetness of hay among all the harsher stable smells. It would be easy now to feel sentimental and forget that the chestnut mare would remove a finger if she mistook it for mash in bad light. Stable people learn a particular form of love attentive, practical, sceptical, and deep. Piers pauses by the old mare and scratches the hollow before her shoulder where she likes it best. She leans into the touch with disgraceful pleasure. "There," he says quietly. "You old thief." Some swear old horses remember every hand that ever treated them kindly. Others say they remember only buckets. Looking at the mare now, eyes half shut, you suspect the truth sits somewhere in between. From outside the stable comes a brief stirring in the yard, the soft squelch of boots, a murmur of voices, then a momentary shaft of colder air as the side door opens and closes again farther off. Not an alarm, just night continuing its own business. A castle after dark is not empty, only reduced to essentials guards, watch fires, late kitchens, prayers, some sleeper who cannot settle, some servant still carrying coal, some clerk still muttering over a wax tablet by bad candlelight. The stable belongs to that reduced world, lower in noise, not in necessity. Hamo at last gives the kind of nod that means the work is nearly enough for the hour. "Go sit a moment if you must," he says to Piers, which is generous by his standards. Then to you, but not in the straw. "I'm not carrying you to Dawn. As if anyone could lift me now," you say before you can stop yourself. His brow moves just enough to admit this may be true. You do not sit, not properly. Instead you lean for a moment near the tackroom brazier, palms stretched toward its modest heat. The charcoal glows dull red in the pan. No great blaze, just a low, steady warmth meant less for comfort than for keeping a few things from turning cruelly cold. Still, after the long damp day and the gathering chill at the walls, it feels nearly luxurious. Piers crouches nearby, elbows on knees, staring at the coals as if they contain prophecies. My mother used to say the deepest winter comes after midnight. He says, "Your mother says a great deal," Hamo replies. "She also said you must never let your own feet go numb while caring for a horse, or the horse will think you a fool." This earns a rare, quiet chuckle from Hamo. Then most stables in Christendom are run by fools. There is truth there too. You look down at your boots, still dark with the day's mud, though somewhat dried now in crusted ridges. Your feet are, in fact, unpleasantly cold. So are your hands whenever they stray from the brazier long enough. Yet the horses behind you stand warm and fed and bedded down against the night. That imbalance contains the whole trade. A stable boy spends his body like candle wax to keep larger, more valuable creatures comfortable. It is unfair in the abstract and deeply satisfying in practice, which is the sort of contradiction medieval life seems to enjoy. The lantern nearest the far stalls needs trimming again. You go and do it, because if you do not, the dark takes more than its share. The wick shortens under your fingers, the flame steadies. Light returns to the old mare's stall, to the late traveller's gelding, to the patched board along the south wall, to the iron ring where a lead rope hangs in a neat loop. Small islands held against the deep. Some swear one should speak softly to lanterns while trimming them at night, in case flame takes offence and dies spitefully. Others say that is nonsense invented by people who fear darkness and need a ceremony. No one can quite agree whether fire understands respect, but almost everyone handles it as though it might. By now the castle bells have long since passed the last office you clearly noticed, and time becomes less counted than felt. The stable is warmer in the middle, colder at the door, sleepier by the moment. Even the dog's snoring has softened into occasional breaths. One of the younger horses dreams, perhaps, and twitches near or skin under the blanket. Outside, the wind has turned cleaner and drier, a clearing night, then, maybe frost indeed by dawn. Hamo walks once more to the door and looks out across the yard, saying nothing. You follow with your eyes from where you stand. Beyond him lies the dark square of the court, wet stones paling faintly under a sky that has begun to open between clouds. A few stars, perhaps, or holes in the dark. Hard to tell at first glance. He closes the door more firmly, leaving only the smaller upper gap for air. Colder, he says. That single word seems to settle the night into its proper shape. You tuck the last blanket edge straight, nudge one bucket away from a hoof likely to offend it, and give the aisle a final look. The patched draught holds. The lanterns burn steady enough. The horses are where they should be. The tack hangs in ordered rows. The straw lies thick in the extra stall. Even the late rider's saddle has lost the damp shine of the road and now looks merely tired rather than sodden. And in this dim, smoky, horse-warm world, with the colder hours beginning outside and the castle tucked into its stone shell beyond, you understand that quiet loyalty is not made of speeches or banners. It is made of these small repeated acts performed when no one important is watching, turning a blanket, patching a draught, checking a hoof, trimming a lantern, laying extra straw for a creature too weary to ask. The horses will never sing your praises. The hall will never speak of your good sense with sacking and wall gaps. But the stable knows. The warmth in it knows. The sleeping animals know in the only ways that matter. And so, while the night deepens and the cold presses at the boards, you keep tending that little circle of comfort until it feels less like work and more like fidelity itself. After a while, the stable grows so quiet that your own movements begin to sound impertinent. A bucket set down too firmly seems loud enough to wake the whole castle. The scrape of your boot across packed earth feels rude. Even the soft clink of a buckle being lifted from its peg has an unnecessary edge to it. Night does that. It turns ordinary noises into interruptions. Around you, the horses have folded themselves into deeper rest, and the long, low building holds their warmth like cupped hands holding water. The cold outside, meanwhile, has stopped pretending to be patient. You can feel it now, not only at the door and the south wall, but in the very idea of the stones beyond the stable, in the black yard, in the roof timbers, in the iron fittings that would sting skin if touched too carelessly. The rain has gone fully. The sky has cleared enough that a harder frost is settling. It comes invisibly, but not silently. The wood of the walls gives tiny little sounds now and then, settling against it. Somewhere in the yard, a trickle that ran steadily from the eaves earlier has slowed to a more deliberate drip. The world outside is drawing itself tighter. Inside, you and Piers make one last slow pass down the aisle. There is no command for it now. Hamo has not ordered a new task in several minutes, which in itself feels suspicious, but the habit remains. You look because one always looks. You check because small troubles left alone overnight become morning troubles with sharp teeth. The old mare sleeps with her muzzle near the edge of the manger, whiskers catching the lantern light when she breathes. The late traveller's gelding stands in his extra stall as if he has always belonged there, one hind leg tucked, the long road already sinking out of him. The bay from the farrier has the easier stance of a horse grateful to his own foot again. The younger chestnut nearest the aisle is not asleep at all, of course. She is watching. Youth wastes night on suspicion. She'll be a bishop one day, murmurs Piers. Up all hours with opinions. Too much appetite, you say. For a bishop for anything holy. Piers nearly laughs, then remembers the hour and lets it turn into a breath instead. At the far end of the stable, beneath the rafters where darkness has pooled thickest, one of the cart horses shifts and stamps once, not in alarm, more the stiff acknowledgement of cold settling into old joints. You go to him with the lantern and lay a hand along the neck. Warm enough. The blanket is sitting right. The straw banked behind him is thick, still. You fetch another armful and build it up a little along the wall side, the driest kind you can find from the loft pile near the rear. Extra warmth by inches. So much of this life is won or lost by inches. Some swear old horses feel winter before the first true frost, lifting their heads into still air and listening to whatever travels through it. Others say they simply know, because they are old enough to have survived many bad seasons and have no romantic ideas left. No one can quite agree whether age makes creatures wiser or merely less surprised, but either way the cart horse settles more easily once the fresh straw is tucked in at his side, and that is answer enough. The stable itself has become warmer in the middle than at the edges, so that walking its aisle is like moving through subtle layers of weather. Near the tackroom brazier there is a low human warmth touched by smoke and iron and dried leather. Near the central stalls there is the deep living heat of horse bodies, hay breath and wool. Near the big doors and the patched wall there is the creeping chill pressing in again. A reminder that castles are only negotiations with winter, never victories. Hamo finally lowers himself onto the upturned feed bin by the tackroom wall, which is the closest he comes to collapse. He does not slump. Men like him never do. He simply becomes less vertical all at once, hands planted on his knees, gaze still on the stable aisle as if rest must not be trusted unsupervised. You should sleep, Piers says, not quite wisely. Hamo grunts. And leave you two to improve things. This is, in its fashion, affectionate. The lantern beside him throws a warm rim across his face, catching the lines carved there by weather, work, and years of early mornings. Stable life writes itself plainly onto people, bent fingers, thick wrists, sore backs, a walk shaped by lifting, a glance trained to go first to hooves, straps, corners, clouds. You're beginning to acquire some of it yourself. Not the years, not yet, but the habits. The body learns before the mind admits it. Piers squats by the brazier again and stretches his hands toward the coals. My toes have stopped being toes, he says. They're just a rumour in a boot now. That's an improvement, says Hamo. You stand with your palms out for a moment too, letting the modest heat touch your fingertips. It is not enough, not really, but it reminds the blood of its duties. Outside the stable, the whole castle must be cooling at the same rate kitchens banked down. Servants huddled under wool blankets, guards stamping along the wool walk, monks or clerks or whoever remains awake in the chapel, breathing into chilled hands between prayers. Somewhere beyond the walls a dog barks once and is still. Then, much farther off, there comes the faintest sound of another bell, thin as wire in the clearing air. Not the castle chapel this time, something more distant, a village church perhaps, or an abbey along the road. The sound enters the stable and seems to hang there, delicate and cold, before dissolving into the warm animal quiet. Piers lifts his head toward it. Hear that you nod. He says, "My mother used to say if you hear bells in clear frost after midnight, the saints are counting sleepers." Hamo closes his eyes briefly. Your mother had a remarkable supply of useless information. She had plenty of useful as well. What was it? Keep your feet dry. Hamo opens one eye. Then you should have listened selectively. That earns a small smile from both of you. The hours feel strange now. Not late in the dramatic sense, only worn thin. The day has been used and used again until nothing remains of it, but these last quiet duties and the knowledge that dawn will begin asking questions before your body's ready to answer them. Yet there is a softness to the exhaustion at this stage that was not there earlier. The first morning ache was raw and immediate. This is deeper, slower, almost floating. Your shoulders no longer protest each movement individually. They have accepted the general insult. Still, one more round must be made before anyone lies down. You take the lantern and move again among the stalls, slower this time because no haste is needed unless something has changed. At each stall you pause, not long, just enough to see breathing, posture, the position of the ears, the level of the water, the state of the bedding. The routine itself is soothing. The old grey settled, the bay sound, the chestnut scheming faintly but harmless, the cart pair warm, the travellers gelding dozing, the dray horse, half asleep with hay still hanging from the mouth in sleepy disregard for dignity. This is the unspoken bond of the stable boy's life. Not romance exactly, not ownership, certainly not equality. The horses are more valuable than you in any accounting book and less complicated than most people in any chapel. Yet you know them at the level of tiny truths. Who shifts left when tired, who dislikes a strap fastened too quickly, who drinks noisily, who sleeps lightly, who dreams enough to twitch. Their comfort passes through your hands every day, and your tiredness circles back from their needs. There is something almost holy in such repetition, though no one here would dare call it that aloud. At the rear wall you glance up into the loft opening where your own bed of straw waits above the tack room. Bed is still a generous word, but generosity improves with fatigue. Right now it looks nearly princely. A wool blanket, a cloak rolled for a pillow, a patch of darkness that belongs to you for a few hours if the stable remains calm and no rider with terrible timing appears at the gate. Piers follows your gaze. You think the loft is cold now, he says. Wait till just before dawn. You groan quietly. He nods. Exactly. Hamo, from the bin, says, less prophecy, more closing. So you begin the final closing of the stable for the night. The lantern by the middle aisle is turned a little lower, enough to save oil while still leaving a steady glow. The door is checked again, both bar and latch. The smaller upper vent is left as it should be, so the air does not turn too close and foul. The tackroom chest is locked. Iron keys turn with that thick old scrape only castle locks seem able to make. A bucket is moved away from the threshold so no one blunders into it in the dark hours. The fork is leaned safely with its tines to the wall, rather than upward to catch the unwary. Small courtesies to the future. Some swear leaving iron points exposed overnight invites quarrels by morning. Others say it merely invites idiots to wound themselves before breakfast. In either case, sensible people turn the tines in. Piers takes a final crust from his pocket. How long it has lived there is better left unexamined and tosses it to the dog, who wakes from sleep to catch it with indecent precision and then returns immediately to his former position. The whole act has the polished efficiency of much practice. There, says Piers. Our laziest employee remains well compensated. The dog thumps his tail once against the rushes without opening his eyes. At last Hamo rises from the bin, slower than he would like and faster than his back prefers. He walks the aisle one final time with no lantern, trusting the little lights already set and the knowledge of the place in his feet. He pauses at the south wall patch, presses it once, nods, pauses by the late traveller's horse, checks the blanket edge, pauses by the bay's mended hoof stall, listening perhaps more than looking. Then he returns and says, "Enough." That word, more than any prayer or bell, feels like permission. Piers heads for his corner in the loft first, taking the smaller hand lantern. You bank the brazier lower, making sure nothing lies too near it. The coals settle into a dull red eye. One of the horses sighs. Another knocks softly at the manger with its teeth, then goes still. Hamo takes the last glance around, then jerks his chin toward the ladder. "Up," he says. "Before I think of 3 more things." This is wise advice. You climb to the loft above the tackroom, the ladder worn smooth by years of boots and half-sleeping feet. Each rung reminds your thighs they have been in use since before dawn. At the top, the little space opens low and familiar beneath the rafters. Straw spread over boards, the rough blanket, your cloak rolled near the wall. A tiny drift of colder air moving through some unseen crack. The smell here is a mixture of hay dust, leather below, smoke caught in timber, and the general scent of hard use that medieval sleeping spaces everywhere seem to share. You lower yourself onto the straw with a care usually reserved for the infirm. The body complains in 100 tiny places and then, once horizontal feels possible, begins forgiving the world at alarming speed. Below you, through the floorboards, the stable continues its soft breathing. Hoof, hay, halter, breath. The sounds rise through the wood like a second blanket. Piers is already settling into his own heap nearby, muttering about frost, saints, and socks in an order that suggests none of them can be trusted. Hamo remains below a little longer, perhaps because he truly does think of 3 more things, or perhaps because men like him do not surrender the day easily. You pull the blanket up and tuck your hands close against your middle. They still smell faintly of leather, smoke, and horse. No matter how often you wipe them, your boots are lined up near the wall where they might dry enough not to offend you completely by morning. One knee throbs in a dull, steady way from crouching at stalls and forge alike. Somewhere outside, the wind has settled. Frost is taking the yard now, quietly whitening what rain left dark. And in that half-sleeping loft above the warm, dark stable, with horses below depending on you and dawn already waiting somewhere beyond the eastern wall, you begin to understand the shape of this life not as drudgery alone, though it is certainly that, but as a kind of quiet loyalty given day after day until it becomes the truest thing you know. Sleep does not arrive in the loft so much as gather around you in layers. First there is the straw beneath your blanket, rustling faintly each time you shift your aching legs into some new compromise. Then the smell of the place folds over you, dry hay dust, leather from the tack room below, the smoke that has lived for years in the rafters and no longer intends to leave, the warm animal breath rising through the cracks in the boards. After that comes the sound, the true sound of the stable at night. Not noise now, not work, just existence continuing in the dark. A horse chewing slowly in the stall beneath you, another giving a long, soft sigh, a halter rope creaking once and falling quiet again. These sounds do not keep you awake. They hold you just above sleep like a hand under the back of your head. You lie there with your cloak bunched beneath your neck and the rough wool blanket pulled up close. Every part of you feels used. Your hands are sore in the palms and stiff in the fingers. Your shoulders carry the whole memory of buckets, harness, straw, and saddles. Your back hums dully where lifting has written itself into muscle. Even your feet seem tired in ways feet should not be able to articulate. And yet, beneath all of it, there is a strange peace. Below, one of the horses shifts its weight. You know which one without seeing. The old grey, careful even in sleep. Another snorts sharply through its nose. The chestnut mare, most likely, objecting to some dream or to the general structure of the world. Stable life teaches you that even half asleep, the body goes on noticing. You've learned them too well for complete ignorance now. Beside you, in the loft, Piers has already begun the slow, uneven breathing of a man who fell asleep before finishing his last complaint. Somewhere below. Hemo moves once more through the stable aisle, just one set of footsteps, deliberate, familiar, making a final circuit before surrendering to the night. That last inspection feels less like duty and more like ritual. A touch to a latch, a glance at the patch in the south wall, a pause by the late traveller's gelding, then stillness. At length you hear the older man settle himself somewhere below or in the side lean-to where he sometimes sleeps nearest the tack room when the weather bites hardest. The stable belongs to the dark now, and still, after all the labour, this is not quite the end. A medieval day does not finish like a book shutting. It fades, and in fading lets other things rise. Thought, memory, the quiet measure of what has been endured. You lie there listening to the warm breathing below and find the whole long day returning, not in perfect order but in touches and scents and little movements. The frost at dawn on the trough rim, the first forkful of wet straw steaming in the cold, the ache of hauling water from the well while the sky was still black, bread and pottage by the kitchen wall, with the smell of leeks and smoke and wet wool, the training yard full of restless horses and louder men, the road beyond the gate, the shrine by the wall, the stream at the boundary stones, rain on the stable roof, the farrier's sparks, the evening feed, lantern stories, the patch in the south wall, the old mare leaning into a scratch at the shoulder as if no king had ever enjoyed anything more thoroughly. It is a hard life. There is no use lying to yourself about that now. Medieval work does not become noble simply because it is old. Damp straw is still damp straw. Cold fingers remain cold fingers no matter how picturesque the torchlight may be. Mud is mud. A back bent over buckets does not care how atmospheric the castle looks in mist. Medieval travel brochures, had anyone troubled to write them honestly, would have had to admit that much of the age consists of being uncomfortable in layers. And yet there is that dangerous word. And yet there is something in the life that settles into you by slow degrees. The horses depend on your hands, even when they do not know your name in any way a human would mean it. The castle depends on the horses, the hall depends on the carts. The village road depends on the soundness of hooves and harness. A stable boy stands very low in the order of things, but he stands near a hinge, buckles hold. Water is fetched, hay is laid, hooves are watched, blankets are turned. Because of this, the greater machine does not seize. You are too tired to call that pride exactly. Pride sounds loud, upright, polished. What you feel is quieter and more worn at the edges, more like knowing that the bay stands easier tonight because the stone was found in his hoof. Knowing that the late rider's horse came off the road tired and found dry straw, warm rubbing, and measured water. Knowing that the draught in the wall no longer cuts at the cart horse's side. Knowing that by morning the dray harness will be ready. The tack hung straight, the lantern set, the old mare likely demanding breakfast before the sky has the decency to lighten. These are not grand achievements, but they are real. Below, a horse stamps once. Another answers with a sleepy rustle. Somewhere outside, very far off, a fox cries or a dog protests at the frost. The sound travels thinly across the cleared night. You imagine the yard beyond the stable now silvering under the first true freeze, the puddles skinning over, the stones whitening, the wool walk sharp with cold. Guards out there tuck hands into sleeves and stamp their boots. In the hall, the last talk sinks low. In the chapel, perhaps a candle gutters before some painted saint whose face has watched 1,000 winters settle over these same stones. In the village beyond the walls, shutters close, embers sink, and people curl beneath wool as rough as your own. A whole medieval night is spread around you, and still the stable remains the warmest truth inside it. Some swear horses dream of old roads, others say they dream only of grass. Some swear a sleeping stable gathers the prayers spoken in it over years until the rafters hold them like smoke. Even now, it is hard to tell whether such thoughts belong to faith, fatigue, or the simple enchantment of lying half awake while warm creatures breathe beneath your bed. But the stable does feel full of something more than smell and shadow, not haunted, not holy exactly, simply inhabited by long use. By care repeated so often it has become part of the wood. You roll slightly, trying to ease one shoulder, and the straw crackles beneath you. Your blanket is rough against your chin. A draught sneaks through somewhere in the loft boards and touches your cheek like a cold fingertip. Below, the dog lets out one tiny dreaming bark and then settles again. You almost smile. By the time true sleep begins drawing near, your thoughts have softened. The hard angles of the day blur. Even the worst of it grows gentler in recall. The weight of wet harness, the sting of well water, the mud pulling at your boots in the yard, the long, damp middle misery of the rain, the awkward climb with hay, the cold stable door against your shoulder. It all remains, but at a distance now, folded into the larger fabric of the day so that none of it stands alone. And what stands out most, strangely, is not discomfort but rhythm. The bells at dawn, the brush along a horse's coat, the clink of bit against ring, the scrape of straw, the farrier's hammer, the sound of oats in a manger, the lantern stories, The late rider arriving, the final quiet breathing in the stalls. This life is exhausting because it repeats. It is bearable for exactly the same reason. Tomorrow will be hard too, and tomorrow will also be known. That knowledge can feel like prison in youth and comfort in winter. You think of the road beyond the gate, though you only walked it for a little while today. The shrine in the wall, the stream, the broken wheel, the market road gone muddy and foul, the traveller from the north riding in under dusk with a tired horse. Roads leave and return, so do days. In the stable you live at the point where coming back matters. Here, things end. Here, journeys release their strain into straw and hay and quiet hands. Here, the world's mud is scraped off, its tack hung up, its beasts fed and set right for another attempt. Perhaps that is why stable work feels older than the castle itself, because every age must have had some version of it, a place where creatures are brought back from labour and cared for by the tired. At last, from somewhere beyond your drifting thoughts, a bell sounds, very far off, so soft you're not sure whether you heard it or dreamed it. Perhaps the Abbey Road, perhaps a village church, perhaps only a bucket settling below and your mind wrapping story around it. No matter. The sound fades, the stable remains, your breathing lengthens. Piers turns once in the dark and then is still. Below, the old grey shifts, the halter rope whispers, and then all is quiet again. You're no knight, no squire, no clerk with ink-stained authority, no monk keeping hours beneath carved saints. You're a stable boy, smelling of horse and smoke, sore in the joints, poorer than your own exhaustion deserves, and more necessary than anyone grand is likely to mention aloud. You spend your days among damp hay, rushes, iron keys, wool blankets, feed bins, muck forks, and the endlessly expressive opinions of animals with larger eyes than patience. You eat coarse bread, work before dawn, and know in your bones that cold stone has never once loved a human back. And still, lying here above the stalls, with the warmth of the horses below rising into the boards and the frost outside turning the whole castle white in the dark, you feel something almost like contentment. Not because the life is easy, because it is real. Because every strap checked, every bucket hauled, every hoof cleaned, every blanket turned has stitched you quietly into the life of this place. Because the horses breathe easier for your labour, because the stable rests in order, because the day, with all its mud and cold and rain and ache, has come at last to this soft dim ending, and so you let the night take you properly now. You let the rafters darken overhead until they are no more than memory. You let the stable sounds become part of sleep. You let the smell of hay and leather and warm horse fade into the kind of dreaming that asks for nothing clever, nothing brave, nothing more than rest. Outside, frost draws its pale designs over yard stones and trough rims. Inside, the lantern burns low, the horses stand warm in their straw, the dog dreams his useless, honest dreams, and above them all, wrapped in rough wool beneath a soot-black roof, you drift at last into the deep quiet after labour, held by the old, breathing heart of the stable. Now the night grows softer still. The air feels warmer, though perhaps that is only because you no longer resist it. The darkness loses its hard corners, the boards, the straw, the wool blanket, the slow breathing below you all seem to settle into one gentle hush. The castle beyond the stable fades from your thoughts entirely. No hall, no gate, no smithy, no road, no market mud, no reeve counting sacks, no rider arriving late with wet hems and news from the north. All of it drifts away, leaving only this one sheltered pocket of stillness. Below, the horses rest in their own patient way, half sleep and half watchfulness, ancient and calm. Their warmth rises through the floor like a quiet blessing. You feel it beneath the blanket, beneath the ache in your shoulders, beneath even the tiredness, until your whole body seems to understand that, for now, nothing more is required of it. No bucket to lift, no strap to mend, no lantern to trim, no hoof to check in the dark. The work is finished enough. And that is all a weary soul ever really asks. So your breathing slows, the stable sighs around you, the dog no longer stirs, the late traveller's gelding stands easy in deep straw, the old grey sleeps with his head low, the chestnut mare, even she has surrendered her suspicions to the dark. The patched wall keeps out the cold, the blankets lie straight, the tack hangs in ordered rows. Somewhere a last ember in the brazier settles into ash without sound. You are safe here, in this rough little loft above the stalls, in the dim warmth made by animals and labour and old wood that has held many winters before this one. Outside, frost whitens the yard and the road and the fields beyond. Inside, everything is warm enough, everything is quiet enough, everything is gentle enough. So let the medieval world go dark now. Let the bells fall silent. Let the road disappear into mist and silver frost. Let the horses breathe their slow, steady warmth into the night until all the hard edges of the day have gone soft. And rest. Rest in the smell of hay and leather. Rest in the hush of wool and straw. Rest in the deep, kind dark beneath the rafters. The stable keeps watch for a little while longer. You do not have to.